Hey everybody, stream's not started yet, I'm still setting stuff up. But I wanted to start it up first so that I could get my chat up. Oh, let me turn off this because I'm gonna play something. I'm gonna play a D&D campaign. I mean, I'm playing Path of Exile, but I'm gonna have a video of a D&D campaign. What? Oh. Beautiful, it's already all perfectly set up for me. That's perfect. Although that covers up my status effects. So oh, you know what I would also like to do is just zoom in. I just feel like... Oh, okay. Give me one sec, guys. My background is all fucked up. Just don't need to see my leg pillow. No, what you need is nice, cozy atmosphere. And that's what I'm going to provide to you. Just need to balance that on my bed. I mean, who has a... honestly. Am I autofocusing? Is there like not enough light on me? No, it is autofocusing on me. We're good. I'm just fucking blind, dude. Oh, my hair looks horrible though. Well, that simply won't do. I thought my hair looked better than that. Brush it all to the side. Slap a hat on that. Alright. Nobody needed to see my balding ass. Just pretend it didn't happen. Why can't I just simply line myself up? No, I should be able to be bigger and just fucking line up with him. Bro, where are my fucking motor skills at? Good thing I have a broken build or I would not be able to do this shit. I'm not in focus. Why is it on manual focus? Who does this? What? Okay, I think my camera's bugging out. Is what's happening. No, I see what's going on. Turn off auto ISO. Yeah, my camera is bugging out. Alright guys, give me one sec. Ooh. Why was my lens wobbly like that? If I ever finish nursing school. If I ever finish nursing school, then I'll be able to use this camera only for streaming. And I won't be constantly unplugging it and plugging it back in to fucking take it to work. I'll just have it up on my computer and I won't touch it. It's gonna be awesome. Okay. Now we're talking. Don't think I'm blocking anything important here. Fuck it. It's not perfect. It's good enough for me. I mean, it's an okay setup. Hey, everybody. What's up? Tom here, back at you with another video. And today, boom. You know what we're going to do today? You know what we're going to do today? Tier 15 maps. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, tier 15 maps. And I'll tell you what else. We're going to do it with delirium, baby. That's what I'm talking about today. And it's Friday night. Boom. Time to lock in, boys. Time to lock in. Okay. Inventory is... Well, let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. I'm holding on to clarity. In case I want to swap it out for... in case I want to swap it out with, I should say... What's it called? Coalescence? Ghost Dance. Ghost Dance. Yeah. I don't have enough spirit for both. Fortunately, I dropped an actually crazy fucking amulet. And then I crafted it into something quite special. This. Okay, it's not perfect. I know spell damage. Who could ever want spell damage, right? So... Yeah, the spell damage is lame. But, I mean, look at this. We've got tier 2 maximum energy shield. But, notice, +2 to all projectiles, 38 spirit, 20 chaos resistance, 19 lightning and chaos resistance. This bad boy has 39 chaos resistance in addition to +2 levels of projectiles and 38 spirit. And guess what? 2 of the other 3 stats are not dead. The only dead one is spell damage. So what happened was, I'm muddling around like tier 7, tier 8, tier 9, one of those. Just dumping shit into my dump tab, not looking at anything. I happened to look at this here little magic amulet there. A little magic amulet. And you know what 2 stats it had on it? +2 level of all projectile skills and 38 spirit. +2 level of all projectile skills and 38 spirit. I open up my little exiled exchange. I'm like, this seems pretty good. 5 divine just for those 2 stats. So, I went ahead and I did an essence for chaos resistance to make it magic. That gave it 17 chaos resistance. And then I did a bone to desecrate the 4th affix. And I did it with the one that lets you re-roll your bone once. And I did... there was another thing. The one that forced it to be a suffix. So I forced it to be a suffix, and then I did the one that lets you re-roll it once. And I went and I looked at the different types of modifiers. Anamanu, Ulamog, these things. I saw one of them, the suffix, gave lightning and chaos resistance. I'm like, okay. So I did the omen for suffix. I did the, I think it was Kurgle modifier. Or maybe it was Amanamu. It was either Amanamu or Kurgle. So, and then the third one I did was the one that lets you re-roll it once. And I hit lightning and chaos resistance. So I had 6 chances to get that. It was basically like a 50% thing. I hit it. So then I did a greater exalt with the omen that doubles your your next exalt that you use. And that's how I got the energy shield and spell damage. So when I was looking on the website, like, I did +2 all proj, 38 spirit, and then I did 39 chaos, and nothing showed up. But if you don't put chaos in the search, it's 5 divine. So I started lowering the chaos, and when you get to like 20, like the low 20s, those amulets start to have spirit, projectile skills, and like 20 to 25 chaos res. Those were going for 13 to 17 divine. But I have 39 chaos. In fact, let's look this up again. Let's not worry about energy shield. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it went down, actually. But look at what happens when you add 20 chaos. Now imagine if it was 39 chaos. That's what I'm about to go look up. Nothing. What about 30? Nothing. 20? Yeah, okay, 5 divine. Oh, so let's just search by chaos res. Look at that. 25 chaos res is 20 divine. I have 39 chaos res. Now, granted, it has more spirit than mine, but still. So, I mean, if I wanted to sell this, this is 3 to all proj, spirit, fractured. I could fracture this as well. Like, I might as well, right? Imagine if I hit proj on it. Do I have a fracturing? I was selling them earlier. No. When I drop a fracturing, I'll probably just fracture it. The truth is, I should have fractured it before I greater exalted it. Somebody fucked me. No, they didn't fuck me, but I went into Discord and I was like, I screen capped it when I had 4 good mods, and I was like, anything I can do to finish off this bad boy besides just exalt slamming it? And somebody said, gave me the good advice of using an omen to double exalt with a greater exalt. What I should have done was fracture it first so that I have a better chance of hitting, you know, +2 proj or spirit. Now I'm going to have to fracture it earlier. So listed 3 hours ago, 30 divine 8 hours ago. I mean, I have literally the best one, except for proj skills. But 2 or 3 proj skills on an amulet, like, either way. So this is a bad boy right here. I mean, I dropped the perfect magic. And then with the crafting in this league, that's what I was able to do. Ooh, Ange, you have money for me? Whoa, 50. Yes, somebody bought something. Hell yeah. Okay. That's a div. Should I think I should get a div. They're pretty cheap right now.
It's you.
How much are divs? 69 exalt. That's super cheap. It's definitely going to go way, 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 way up. Let's do this.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Order is registered.
68 exalts for a divine. That's crazy. I need to be farming exalts instead of chaos orbs. Holy shit. That's what I need to be doing from now on. Okay. Because exalts are so much easier to come by than chaos orbs. They drop like candy. The thing is, exalts and chaos orbs are like equal in value right now. So let's get a map and let's start farming. I'm like, my character is like fucking really on its way right now. Oh no, I've got this 14 here. Monsters are evasive really sucks though. Let's run a T13. Let's run this bad boy. Okay. I want to do this bad boy right here. This looks awesome. I want to do this bad boy right here. This looks fucking awesome. Let's go. But first... Oh, you know what I need is a T15 map. So I need to run a boss with the T14. All right, so let's run this bad boy right here. And fuck it, I'm juicing this. I'm just gonna run it with 3 though. Because I really don't want to lose this map because this is my ticket to finishing my Atlas. Well, it's not that big of a deal because I can always just buy T13s from the vendor and then reforge them.
Storming arrow.
Why can't I see that chat? Hey, bro, I can't read your chat. I'm so sorry. So I can't talk to you, but I'm just gonna keep talking about the game, okay? But yeah, I'm playing Lightning Arrow. Not because I like always play the meta build, but I got burned with minions last league for Dawn of the Hunt. And so I really didn't want to get burned this league. And yeah, Fubgun had his lightning arrow guide. I looked at it quite a bit. Here's the thing. I've never actually played an arrow build deep into the end game. Oh, I can actually see your chat over here. Let me just do it like that. No, that's not chat. Oh yeah, there you are. Francis, was I offline before? What do you mean offline? Here. Well, no, we're gonna listen to this.
If we make no trouble will come to us.
I agree.
Good.
I believe that Blue should be admonished for his carelessness and
Why am I
throwing
slow?
us all into danger.
Then do it.
Come on, deflection. Yes, I didn't die.
Of course.
Why?
Thank you, Father.
Why was I slow?
You may go now.
What are the
What leaves?
fucking map mods here?
Alright. So, Gray.
Fury.
There was this weird interaction with this old man and this toothless snake. You don't quite recognize. You're following him.
Wait,
How are
Francis
you
from
following?
Facebook.
What's your approach?
Wait a
He
second.
he's hobbling. He's moving relatively
Wait.
slow.
No, nobody's
So I don't
supposed
have
to
be
know who I
I
am
can be relatively-
on here.
he's
What the fuck?
Moving.
How
If
did
I
you
ever
recognize
sort
me?
of, like, David losing track, it'd be pretty simple to find him, but I'm not being too close. Mithra, also, you're like I imagine.
And do you play
if I
Path of
put
Exile?
Intense enough emotion that and sort of like focus on them. I can have like Mithra circling up my head and like give me a general direction if they spot them. I know it's like super, maybe not. I don't know. We're gonna.
I need to get my Roa
very
back.
careful.
Yeah, in a situation like this, where there's a group of
Where the
people
fuck is my
directly
Roa?
before you,
Oh my god.
you could look
I
at
fucked up
Mithra
that
and,
breach so
point
bad.
at a very specific person. And
Didn't even
I
realize
think
I
Mithra
was in a
could,
breach for a while.
Circle above them.
No, Francis,
And
what the fuck?
A circle is a pretty big area. It won't give you like an exact they're here, but it'll give you a good enough area that you could, if you lose
I
them,
want
you'll
you-
at least know what to.
Francis, listen to me. I want you to say something that proves to me that you're not a random person who happens to be named Francis who's fucking with me right now. Okay? Because anybody could say, oh yeah, I remember you from Facebook. You need to prove to me that you are who I think you are.
Direction, and you should be able to come after them.
Yeah, that's the idea here.
Give a
That like.
command to like swoop.
Yeah, that's the idea here is that like using the hawk wouldn't be as precise, but because it's an old hobbling old man, I can compensate.
Yeah.
Here's what happened earlier. I wasn't slowed. I fucking dodged, and then I was off the Roa. And then when I was shooting, I had the normal attacking while moving penalty, and I felt like I was slowed.
This guy's not going to outrun you anywhere. The old man is headed to one of the shrines at the edge of the woods, where the woods meets the
no,
plain in
no,
this
no,
nice
no.
big,
Okay,
open
okay,
basin
okay.
area here, right? It's one of these shrines right along the woods, and it's a shrine to two deities, Varasi, who is, the one who takes you to the other side. She is the end of times. Not the end of time, but like the end of your life. She's the goddess of like closings and
Oh shit. I just remembered people from high school know my YouTube. Oh my god. Bro, you don't understand what it's like streaming, okay? 99% of the chatters pretend to be your friend until they want to sell you their furry porn. Oh, why didn't I juice that strongbox? And then you have to be like, no, bro, it's okay. I don't need that furry porn. I just want to stream. I want to be a millionaire from people watching me play video games, not buy your furry porn.
I need more time.
Oh, we got an abyssal depths? Okay. Alright, Francis. I believe you. But, yeah. I don't get down in the trenches in Facebook anymore. I reserve that for Reddit, where nobody knows who I am. Francis, do you play Path of Exile? Or did you come here just because you saw me streaming? You must have just come here because you saw me streaming, right? Don't tell me you play Path of Exile. We'll have to group up and do a co-op fucking hardcore SSF.
and finishings and twilight, that sort of thing. And Valumbra, who is the moon. Like physically, she is the moon. She is the repository for all souls. When you die, your soul sort of gets recycled up there, and that's where you spend your afterlife. And then as new people, new creatures are being created, bits of them are drawn from her. So everyone sort of has an aspect that stays there and an aspect that gets reborn in other folks. And this shrine is to both of these deities. This is a shrine for people who are nearing the end of their time and are looking for peace and solace.
As a clarification, Verasi was very much about destroy to create, that sort of cycle. I'm trying to...
there's...
But I heard
Each
it sing.
society will have like their own interpretations of these deities. She is definitely in the realm of death and destruction. I think the Toman might have a softer view of it, maybe like more Eastern view of, death is not pure destruction. It's more endings than destruction.
The lotus, the cycle, and...
Yeah, like a tornado would be an aspect of Verasi because it destroys everything, but so would the end of a
Tier
play.
5?
That
Okay, I'll
would
check
be
out
also
that quarter
Verasi.
staff.
You don't destroy anything at the end of the play, but it's dying. It's reached its culmination. The old man hobbles back to this little shrine.
Okay.
It's a collection of little stones that have been stacked.
Well, that's
and
a piece of
etched
shit.
With other stones to make like a little symbolic
Oh, I'm out of whizzies.
roofing thing with little etchings alongside of it. And behind this is...
Francis, how you gonna ambush me here? Fucking talking about high school and shit. And then you don't even answer when I ask if you play Path of Exile. What the fuck, dude?
a natural cave where a little creek flows from. And it's past this little shrine itself and into the cave that the old man hobbles. And you can follow him from a great distance. And he seems pretty content and focused on what he's doing. He will
Exceptional.
drop off his toothless cotton
Exceptional mana flask.
companion
That's really good.
at the actual totem, at the actual shrine itself before he goes into the cave.
Do we use caves as dwellings very often? Is that, or are we more... Or does it depend on animal?
Some people do. The caves tend to be in the mountains, which is kind of far. No one wants to commute to their fields, so people tend to have like mud brick homes near where it is that they do their daily life. But there are the weird mountain dwelling Tomen who live in caves, and people will use caves as shelters. Yeah.
How far is the distance between the shrine and the cave? Because the snake is at the shrine, right?
Yeah, the snake's at the shrine. 100, 150 feet.
All right, so I think I can circumvent the shrine and head towards the...
You never heard
yeah,
of it?
easy.
So, okay, so you saw me
Make
streaming.
it to the edge of the cave.
And then you came in here, right? That's what happened.
What's your modifier on your stealth check?
Oh,
6.
man. No, it's cool to hear
It's
from
right,
you.
an expertise in it.
It is cool to hear from you, man. It's interesting. It's just, I was hoping I had an actual viewer that came here from, watching Path of Exile streams. That's okay. I need to make videos. I heard there's AIs that you can get that clip up your streams and make short YouTube shorts out of them. I gotta do that. No, you just proved it right there by saying that statement. You just proved it right there by saying that statement, bro. No, this live stream can be about politics. If you go and look, well, actually, I haven't been streaming on YouTube, but on my Twitch, if you look at my VODs, I have like debates up while I'm streaming too. I'll talk about Trump and shit. Fucking Trump and Pam Bondi, fucking all those guys.
Yeah, great.
Let's
Well,
take some wisdom scrolls with me.
Snakes don't have. So we have our infrared vision. So I could like.
Francis, if you play any video games, I recommend trying. I was gonna say I recommend trying this, but no, not while you have to pay for it. When this game comes out for free in about a year, I recommend you try it. Path of Exile 2. Should I just quality these just for a little bit more armor? Like, why not, right? Oh, no, they're corrupted, yeah. What am I wasting time here for? Oh, I was going to just roll this. Well, not better. Oh well. It had a chance of being sick. So, Francis, thank you for proving who you are to me. I appreciate that.
I shall overcome. Fury.
You never know what to believe when you get multiple people offering to sell you their fucking artwork every day. Oh wow, I was just looking through the streams and I thought you looked really cool and interesting. So that's why I decided to come by and support you. Hey, by the way, do you want a little piece of advice? There's this really great timeshare in Nova Scotia. Your only connection to technology is your cell phone? What, you don't use a pen and paper? You don't wear clothes? You don't use a fork and knife when you eat? These are all technology, my friend. But to be fair, none of that helps you play video games. Did I complete the map? No, where? Oh, did I go the wrong way? Alright, let's kill this guy first. Oh. Probably this way. You see, dude, just because I haven't been on Facebook doesn't mean I lost my my touch for logical argumentation. I've been in the trenches and fucking Reddit and YouTube and shit. Are you kidding me? I'll tell you what. If you have a cell phone, if you ever get on some Wi-Fi or if you have service, look up Peace Goes Hour on YouTube and watch that guy's videos. He's a lawyer around our age that talks about politics from a liberal lawyer perspective. Where is this boss? Oh, down here. So he's able to give all the fucking background and like understanding of like these court cases against Trump and like nationwide injunctions, whatever it is. He knows like the case law and he like talks about it from that perspective. But he's also entertaining. He does enough drama to keep it entertaining. Where's the boss for this map? I'll be right back. Anyway, I'm from Philadelphia and a total rebel. In 2020, you cried at me for voting green in a swing state. Wait. That's right. That was what we argued about. Wait, do you still do that shit? Are you like happy that you contributed to fucking Trump becoming president? What the fuck, dude? Wow, you really showed the Democrats, didn't you? Wow, good for you. I bet you feel real good about yourself. Bro. That came out meaner than I expected it to. I'm trying to keep it playful and fun. So, I can take it just as well as I can give it. But yeah, no, I disagree. I disagree with that. Bro, that fucking ascendancy is so good. I take no damage anymore. Oh my god, that used to would have one-shot me. Getting knocked off my Roa in the middle of the shit like that? Oh, finally, I completed the fucking map. Alright, what did I get?
Can I help?
5 Exalt, okay. No, seriously, I don't look down on you for voting third party. No, really, I was joking around. Like, I'm not like that. I mean, I disagree, but, like, I don't think that it's, like, makes you a horrible person or anything. Oh, yeah, no. I didn't think that you were being hostile. I didn't want you to think that I was being undeservedly hostile. That's all. So, I'm glad that we're both, like, fucking chill. So, let me ask you this. Did you vote third party in 2024? That's what I would like to know. So, did I get my tier 15 map? This map is supposed to have a boss. Where's the boss? Oh, no, that's not the boss sign. I wasted my tier 14 map. Oh, well. Yeah, and by the way, Francis, I know you don't play this game, but I have to talk about it. You know, I'm streaming Path of Exile, so I gotta talk about Path of Exile. But I also am fine to talk about politics. Did you vote for Trump in 2024? I mean, not Trump. Did you vote for a Green Party in 2024?
Speak. Choose what you need. This gold will one day have use again.
Alright, let's reforge these T-13s. Okay. Why not try to, you know, save the country from Trump? I mean, surely you think that there's a surely you think there's a surely you think there's a significant, you know, difference in outcome from the Trump presidency than what we would have had with a Kamala Harris presidency, right? Like, you don't think that do you think that the country would be in a... Do you not think that the country would be in a better state if Kamala Harris was president? That's what I want to know. Like, and what did you think back then? Because you already saw Trump from 2016 to 2020. Why? I mean, and Trump is like, you know, deporting people without due process, putting people in like alligator Alcatraz, starting wars in Venezuela. I mean, like, do you think that it's just like, oh, well, you know, the Democrats lied about Biden's health, so they're all equally as bad, or like what? Oh, fuck. I just realized you're typing on your phone. This is not fair. I'm just talking, and you have to type on your phone. Yeah, that's not fair. I want a boss map so I can get a T-15 map. What's the boss symbol? This is the boss symbol. Map boss. Area contains a map boss. Here we go. Okay. Roa first. And now let's go.
Return here.
We meet again.
Fury!
Glance into the entrance of the cave. Is it lit within?
Yeah, you're gonna need to wait for a moment for your eyes to adjust, sort of like...
Wait, sorry, Francis, real quick. The reason I mentioned that earlier, I don't want you to feel like compelled to have this debate with me when you're stuck texting on your phone and I can just speak. It just seems like an unfair imbalance. So if you want to do this, I'm interested. I'll try to keep my responses short and pithy and give you plenty of time to respond, and we can do it like that. That's what I'll do. Or if you want to just watch me play the game and talk about a game that you have no idea about, we can do that too.
Like when you step from a bright space into a dark space and your eyes have to like adjust for a moment, but as you lurk on the edge of the cave and look in and kind of shield the sun from your eyes, your infravision kicks in, and you can see that there is indeed the shape of a living Toman in there, who is busying himself with like preparing a bed. He's got, you know, some skins and some straw that he's like repiling up, because, you know, no mattresses, just straw. And it gets messed up every day. And he's sort of like tending to the bed and refixing it and stretching out some skins and sort of tidying up around the cave. And then he heads over to some little, you know, a branch that's been wedged in some cracks in the cave where he's got some mugs and other things set. And you can see he's just, you know, tending to his little home.
I think normally Gray
top
would
of an
you'd
abyss.
simply see that this man is here. He'll know where he is. And probably step away. So also sorry if you can deploy. Yes, I love you. Anyways, he would probably leave it at that and just leave.
Can't do immune to physical.
Considering the recent events and that Nat won early, gotta respect this. I think he's gonna step into the cave and he's gonna have his not only his so that dagger, hunting dagger that he got from them is probably closer to like a short sword for him. That probably looks pretty intimidating. So it has that out, and he's going to step sort of out into the to where this man can sort of like see him almost, and he's simply going to say, "Who are you?"
You come into my house and ask who I am? Youth these days, so lost. No respect for the elders.
That was a genuine question. Who are you? And make such a suggestion as to allow an ally to let themselves be captured, and who knows what else.
Do you really think that we will ever deal with the Songless if we stick to the same strategies that have kept us bottled up here for 1,000 years? Our people used to ride dragons. Our people used to burn the skies. We ruled the world once upon a time, and now, hiding in a valley.
Let's go here.
It's a shame.
How old? Remind me the age of Toman. I'm trying to think of how
Here.
old this person would be.
He's probably
I
400
fucked it up.
years, you're guessing, by looking at
Can
him.
I undo these?
Check.
Probably less. You know, it's hard when you bond with an animal, you begin to share lifespans, and so if you bond with something that's short-lived, you could like reach max age really quickly, or if you bond with something that's long-lived, it could take you a long time. So there's like awkward wiggle room, but he's a snake dude. 300, 400 years, you'd guess?
So he would have been probably alive during the time where
Wait.
the quote-unquote great betrayal
want to
happened,
put
right?
this
Where they essentially sacrificed
as
our own
close
people.
as possible.
No, not sacrificed, but that was
I know what I'm doing, biatch.
what was it? What did they do? They slew
not
beasts,
touch immune
right,
to
that's what
physical.
they did. And had them rebond. Okay. So Gray thinks for a moment.
I don't want to do monsters hits are always critical
Also, wait,
hits.
the new generation started around 300 years ago. I'm trying to remember this history.
Although that's a lot
Last
of rarity.
generation.
No, let's start just
Okay, so looking at how old,
I get two
considering
here?
how old
Can I
this
get
guy
two
is and
here?
the stories that Gray's heard,
Yep.
and I think last week we went over the history. He's probably
And then
putting
two there,
and two
beautiful.
together. I'm looking at the like 300 years ago thing, and he sort of thinks and he says, "You have lived a long life. You have surely tried many methods. What have you seen work? What do you know about them? Do you truly think that simply surrendering one of our own is the path forward?"
I think our greatest strengths are our greatest weaknesses. Empathy, connection to others, a sense of home and belonging. It ties us. There's no courage in our race. There's no vigor in our people. Why would anyone risk their lives? Why would anyone risk the pain of losing your own? when we could stay safe. There's no courage in the Toman or a dying breed.
Ray is silent, and he's thinking very, very hard. Because this sort of does hit home a bit. There's a few sort of like conflicting themes here and ideas with this man, but also some things that sort of resonate with the idea of, first of all, the idea of loss. One is a big one, being on the outside, and he's realizing that like a lot of Tomen live comfortable lives, right? They don't want to risk it, and he's like, I have not lived a comfortable life. And he's also sort of like in an existential state right now, so he's conflicted. Remember, he's not that experienced, and I can probably give it, this old, very clearly cunning old man can probably tell that he's a little bit conflicted at the
This
moment,
dude's
not
an
sure how to
English major
proceed,
for sure.
what to
He's
say.
he's like, there's a lot of conflicting themes, you know, like loss and you know, wanting to stay in a comfortable life. It's like he just got out of fucking reading Joseph Campbell and shit.
He's trying to keep his expression unreadable, but it's
Yeah. The old man, who still hasn't given you his name, just sort of shakes his head in that way that, like,
Yep.
it's
Tier 15
that,
map.
it's that shake of
Fucking A.
I just can't be bothered to even be disgusted with you, right? It's that dismissive, sort of like self-righteous, self-superior head shake. And he goes back to arranging his bed in a comfortable manner and, you know, cleaning out one of his cups. He heads over to the little stream that leaves the cave and begins to fill up a clay cup with some water.
And what have you ever done? What have you ever done to show courage?
He'll stand up with his cup of water. I tried. I followed Leolis. I followed his ways. I've lost so many beasts in my day. I have come so close to death.
Oh, I leveled.
I have started from the beginning over and over.
So,
And you know where it got me?
1871, 1297.
It's too big a
Oh, no.
task to
Just
do alone.
1297.
And there's-
1356. Amazing.
There's no unity. There's no teamwork.
Level 78.
We're a passive people.
Not all
I'm
of
tired
us.
of it.
I think Gray,
Going the wrong way.
he sort of looks at the blade he took from one of the
Okay,
the
this
blade
map
that he
is
took from the
massive.
song list. Stares at it for a moment. He can probably, even though he's cleaned it, taking good care of it, you can probably still see the their blood on it.
It's all good. Fuck.
Thinks for a while. I would like to hear your story again, but I must report more thoroughly. He sort of, his words aren't coming very well. That sort of naive little, what have you ever done, right? Like the younger generation looking at the older generation, like, what have you ever done? He's very lost at the moment, struggling, and he thinks for a moment. Unity.
What are we looking at?
That's what they have.
Instant buyout for this. None. How
That's
about for...
why they're destined
any?
to win. Why we're destined to die out.
Worthless.
That's why I'm here. That's why I have this shrine. To spend my last days growing peace with my fate, our fate.
Pick up the pace.
Have you truly given up then?
Loomis is not our god. Relkor is. Darkness is. Rossi, the end times. These are our deities.
I think Gray looks at this old man, and thinks for a moment, and then he just sort of tosses the knife, not like at him, but like tosses it to like at his feet, and then says, "If you're ready to die, then die. There are still others who are."
Shit, I rolled off my Roa. It's not good. That means I deal less damage.
Oh,
Roa,
well.
come here, boy.
We'll see.
Come here, Roa.
We'll see. Go
He's gonna-
now. You're disturbing my rest.
He's gonna turn around at that and walk away, contemplating.
Well, our party
Hey,
will
no, 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 no.
inevitably meet up again.
Fuck.
After you've gone through an arduous thing, you always need to decompress with your friends who have gone through
All right,
it.
10 splinters, not
A
bad.
day or so later. So let's just skip on to the next day. I assume you go and berate Barra Blue for being so foolish as to getting captured.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. It is the.
I do so.
Oh, you took over the
in a way
essence.
that ends as
Okay.
I've learned as a cleric with compassion. You know, strong words of admonishment, but in the end, reminding him that we're a community and need to take care of each other, and that despite his mistakes,
Bro, my
can
damage
always
is
come to me if
insane.
he's in need.
Yeah.
This build is
Well, party,
insane,
you do
dude. What the
reconvene
fuck?
together in your. I don't know. I think you're all fairly
Did I get a,
southerners as far as
perfect
Tobin
essence?
go. Crocodipolis is at the north end of the
That
swamp.
seems really.
You would go for ceremonies.
Why would anybody
or to
want that?
Maybe get things that you can't get, or sell. Give away things that you have too much of.
You
There's a
know
lot of
what?
reasons to
Let's do
visit,
this.
but you wouldn't, be hanging out there all the time, right? So probably down towards the south side of the swamp. Our party will naturally reconvene to reprocess on the 11th of April. What's it like when you all get
All
back
right.
together again? Is there pain? Is there joy? What's the feeling?
Question: Does Iskar know that Gray followed the old man?
It's quite possible. I think so. The old man was slow moving, and he was talking directly to you. And then when he left, I imagine Iskar was like, "What the fuck is going on? Who?" And then you would have seen Gray walk off and probably seen the hawk circling above. You could put two
Physical
and two
fire
together.
resistance?
Maybe even if you didn't see Gray, you would have probably recognized Mithra by now.
What
They're,
essences
like, flying
can
patterns,
you
know?
use for that?
Yeah.
Ring.
Gray looks like he hasn't slept very well.
Max mana.
My friends, we need to make sure that not more people fall
More
into the hands of
resistance,
these beasts.
more
we need to make sure that
resistance.
people stay inside the borders, and
I could do
we should
chaos
probably
resistance.
call a meeting or something for the village and make sure we reiterate the rules and reiterate the importance. Maybe we can have
Chaos
maybe we can
resistance,
have
and then
Blue
you
tell a
omen
story.
craft.
And it's just this
So let's
can't
pull up
cannot keep
PoEDP
happening. It's
here.
too dangerous.
I can't stop thinking about what that old man was saying. I haven't slept at all. It's kept me up all night.
Did your father not advise you to do something?
He advised me to keep the borders secure to make sure that nobody leaves anymore, and that if we make sure to keep people out
Modifiers.
of danger, we can't keep going out like this. It's simply Illumis didn't lead us here into the sacred land for us to leave all the time.
You can't
if
get
anything,
plus
it's disrespectful.
on rings.
Who's this old man you're talking
The
about?
best thing to get would be
Gray, you talked to him, didn't you?
lightning damage to
did he
attacks,
say?
right? Which is weighted at 9. out
Gray's
of,
quiet for a moment.
Like what? 100.
The same thing he told you in more words. A follower.
But there's
of
also percent
Lawless,
increased
bitter,
lightning damage, which
angry.
is really good. But no percent increased physical damage.
What
So
he
if
was
I want a
saying that
percent
stood out
increased
to me
physical
is
damage.
what he would want is opposite of what your father would want. He wants us to put our people on the line for the history of our people, you know, to sacrifice.
Oh, Dex and Int
we
would
have
be
now
nice. What am I
pave the
trying
way
to
for the
replace
future
here?
generations. He wants us to.
It's only 10 to 16 fizz.
He wants us to surrender some of our people and get taken captive.
Preposterous.
Stats would be
Absolutely
nice.
preposterous. What is this man mad?
Yes. But
Seems like this is
he
coming
is-
from somewhere, though.
I
He
could
has
always just
history.
Essence life, but well, okay.
I think
he
he
has
knows
lived
something
and
we don't.
lost
Essence
more than
chaos,
any of
right?
us have. He has done something. Is he mad, perhaps?
What about
with
the
grief and
Ulamon
loss.
stuff?
It's difficult to
Amen,
tell.
Yeah, they have that.
But on the contrary perspective, I ask again, what did
Alright,
your
life
father
leech.
advise you to do?
So if it replaces this, I would need the life leech.
And I
I'm
emphasize
gonna hold
the
on to
word
that. I don't feel
do.
like crafting it right now.
What action did he advise you to take?
We're gonna put that in.
I guess he didn't specify
Fuck it,
an action,
recon.
but it's
This is where I'm
it's
gonna
clear
put
that
my
he means that
crafting
we need
stuff. So let's just call this craft.
to stop this from going on. We need to keep our people safe. I mean, sure,
Okay.
trimming of the claws and
I
the
was just supposed to dump everything.
keeping
Also,
safe
why
for
did
the
I
land,
spend
but
so much
it
time there?
can't keep happening that we go venturing out there where who knows what could happen, where we're not safe, not protected by Loomis. It's
My family wasn't protected by Loomis.
yeah, maybe they should have been.
We should ask the old man what he thinks about the trimming of the claws and why we do it and have done it for so long. Maybe there might be an answer there to what we should do next.
Great.
Where's my tablets?
I'm having a hard time reading you. I spend a lot of
Keycard.
time talking to other Tomen, and it seems like your heart is closed. It seems like you don't let the light in. What do you feel in this moment?
So we're
What
gonna
do you
go
think
do
we
a
should
corrupted nexus here.
It seems like you disagree, but
Let's not get something really bad.
where do you think Loomis is guiding us right now?
Tell you what.
Ray looks between the two of them. It's probably fascinating to him to look at them. They're so opposed.
Hmm?
I'll be sitting on a bunch of maps and bulk rolling soon. I'm not at that point yet.
When it comes to... talk to me more about the Keepers of the Sun and Moon, Koibu. And what sort of advisement will they actually take? Like how... Suppose you wanted to speak to someone in... Because we are a pretty loose society, right? But surely, if you want to go to someone to just, like, general advice on the Toman people and whatnot, are the Keepers the ones you would go to?
Yeah, the Keeper of the Sun deals with like the world around us, the gods, like the external things, and the Keeper of the Moon deals more with like the self and the soul and the origins of the Toman. The internal. They're great advisors.
I don't know which one.
Their job, let's say, the Keepers of the Sun
It's
and
one
Moon
of these
don't
two.
bond with animals. They keep themselves like sort of
Best monsters
pure
grant
in a weird
53%
way.
increased experience.
That means they have an extra empathy for creatures, all creatures, which gives them, unique and useful insight. They're not
Let's do the
they're not
experience.
tied to a way of
Less
thinking.
clicking.
Are there
All
any
first level.
setting suns or waning moons that we know of?
Let's see if in this era there is. setting sun, waning moon. Which, for those of you, there are a couple rules here, right? There's the Keeper of the Sun. There's a few of them. There's the Keeper of the Moon. There's a few of them. And every now and then, once in a generation, a Keeper of the Sun and a Keeper of the Moon will bond together. Because Tomen can technically bond with each other. It's just a really incestuous thing because you feel the other people's emotions, and it's like a romantic thing, and then you feel love, and then you feel the other love of the person, and then they just wind up like, puddling to death and ignoring everything else. It's really like kind of gross and looked down upon. But there is a Keeper of the Sun and Moon, which is when you get two Tomen who are like romantically incompatible. Like a gay man and a lesbian woman or something like that, where they can bond together without those sort of weird incestuous feelings come up to give sort of an extra sense of, it's sort of like the highest form of self-sacrifice that you could do, because you're not getting any additional bonds. You're also giving up all sorts of love. You're giving up basically everything in order to help serve the people. After, a generation of service, these Keepers of the Sun and Moon then like leave society and go off to like try and live some semblance of a life for themselves. And then after they're gone, if one of them dies from accidents or whatever, the living one would be a setting sun or a waning moon. And they're rare, they don't always exist. And if they do, you only have really like one setting sun or one waning moon. So let's just roll a die to see if we have any. Let's say the high numbers are good for us. A 16. There definitely is a setting sun or a waning moon. We have a setting sun. A former Keeper of the Sun,
Well, doesn't that look better?
who bonded,
Holy shit.
spent a
What was I doing this whole
lifetime
time?
advising, then left, only for his partner to die. And now he's here alone. An elder Tomen with no responsibilities whatsoever, deeply honored, but usually sort of alone in a cave or a hut. People will bring him food, people will pay him honors, and he's been given sort of like, you've done enough. We will take care of you. Please live out your life in peace. Seeking them out for advice is not impossible, but they've sort of like, they've done their duty for civilization, is the general vibe if you care deeply about tradition. Does that answer your questions?
It does, beautifully, actually. Gray thinks for a moment and looks at them.
Okay.
I think we should seek advisement from our opposing views. Perhaps you should seek out the old man,
All right, let's see how this goes here.
rather such extreme, and he's noting towards Alabaster.
Oh, do I go through the delirium mirror?
Ask them what they think. He turns towards Moxie.
I can always just end the delirium
sorry,
if I want to,
Iskar.
right?
And perhaps you should visit Alabaster's father or another steward of order. Get their
You gotta go through the delirium mirror,
I
right?
will seek out the setting sun.
So
And then
this
we
is
can
tier
speak
15
again.
delirium.
Our views are too conflicted. Our people divided with no... It is difficult to know what we should do.
Too weak, too slow.
Perhaps we should listen to those we do not usually listen to or interact with.
I don't see why talking to a man who's clearly gone mad after his many years on this earth would help, but if it brings us along, and I do think that Iskar would greatly benefit from having a conversation with my father, so it seems only fair that I put weight on the other side of that scale.
Very well. If you'll put yourself out there and speak to the old man, then I'll meet with your father and hear what he has to say. I think I know what he'll say, but I will hear him out.
Alright, we're on tier 15s, baby!
Okay. party heads off to meet with these different people and come back the next day or so. Well, let's take them one at a time. Last time we ended with Peach House. Let's start with Peach House this time. Who are you seeking out? That old kook in the cave?
I feel like that's the best option, unless I would know where
Why
else
is
to
that
go with this. I
orange?
feel like this is.
Your dad sort of represents a
unique
very
tablet?
common traditional thinking of Tome, and if you're looking
I
for
didn't know
someone
there were
outside
unique
the box,
tablets.
that crazy old man in a cave might be. Oh, he's a good source,
Yeah.
but he's definitely an opposing view.
I think that's the way to go.
Great for
Okay.
giving direction.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, not a problem. You find him. You find the old man in a cave. He's got a shrine out front to Verasi, goddess of endings, the Grim Reaper, and to Valumbra, the goddess of souls, from which we all depart and then eventually return. And then as you approach the cave, a little shriny thingy has a snake coiled around it that gives you like a bit of a hiss as you come by. Not a threatening hiss, just an acknowledging this is my space hiss.
I think, you know, I'm kind of imagining that bonded creatures in the society can, at some points, be like a status symbol, right?
Quite
And-
certainly.
Like in
And I feel like,
Like
at
in Blade
least
Runner.
for Alabaster, being bonded to an elk, that's a pretty big deal. That's like maybe it's not like you're driving like a Maserati or anything, but like you got something, you know. It's definitely something that like people will look at. So I think he happily, especially when he goes places like this, or he goes to visit someone, you know, or he's on a mission somewhere, he will, even if he doesn't need Dom here, he would take him with him. And I'm imagining that he brings him along to this as well, and kind of, you know, instructs him or agrees with him that he will
Man,
wait
I
outside as he
fucked that
goes
delirium
inside.
up.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Also as a kind of show of, you know, strength and power to show up here with your
Tier 15
with your
delirium.
big elk.
Yeah, your elk stays outside, sort of near the snake. You can approach the cave, and from within, the old man rolls a 19 on his perception check, sees you coming, and hobbles towards the front, leaning on his curved, twisted walking stick as you approach. Child of light, welcome to my darkened cave.
Fury!
We're all childs of Illumis, children of Illumis. It's a pleasure to see you. I was wondering if I could have a word with you.
Oh, who wants to listen to the old man up in the mountains?
I'm not really sure either, but it feels like it's something that I might have to do. Listen.
Remarkably efficient creatures.
Beautiful.
There's disarray. There's... What's the opposite of unity? There disunity?
There is disunity, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's a word.
There's disunity. It seems like us clerics, us followers of Illumis, we're not able to rally people. We're not able to convince them that what we're doing is for the best.
I feel like it makes
And-
sense to go here and then here.
He's having the kind of conversation with him right now where he doesn't even...
Oh.
I think he's not even here to like actually hear what he says. He just, you know, wants to say his shit and get his feelings out. I'm sure he'll
Okay.
get a response.
I
But
think that's okay.
right now he's mostly he's gonna like continue talking because
There's
he
not
doesn't
much
even
you can really
want
do
the
with
response
the
at this
Atlas.
point. And of course we know what to do. We know that our way's right, and we know that Loomis showed us this land to keep us safe because the world outside is not. And
The current situation
the people, I'm sure you've heard the story
I have
of
not seen a single
Valky.
citadel yet.
it can't go on like this. The people keep venturing off, and then we have to send more people to save them.
I didn't get a T15 map from
The lands
that.
outside, they're not for us, and I'm convinced. I
What
know
the fuck?
that we shouldn't
Really?
go there. That we should stay safe where we are, and that the Songless, they're beasts, they're monsters. But
Oh well.
this is what we've always done. This is where we belong. This is where Illumis knows that we can be safe.
Then cast
So-
out your elk and find yourself a crocodile, so
I
you can
did.
lay in the comfort
Twilight
the
Reliquary
barrier
key.
and bask in the sunshine and fill your tummy and never think a single thought.
Well, I would hope that we could all bask inside the barrier. We have everything we need in here.
Yes.
We have food, we have water, we have festivities, we have family, we have our children, we have all those things we value deeply. What is there for us to get outside? What is there to leave this land for?
Well, I mean, it looks like I can make some good currency right here.
Do you have children?
I hope to someday meet a beautiful wife that I could have a family with.
It's only 4 exalts. I might as well just try it. The Reliquary Vault.
Have you ever
What
raised
is the Reliquary
chickens?
Vault? Is that,
You know, you have to tend to your flock. You have to keep them safe from harm. So we build a little cage, a little coop, a little wall to keep them in, maybe lay branches across it. But every now and then, a fox will slip between the branches through a crack in the wall. And when you come back the next morning, your hens are slaughtered.
I want to rush
Heads
this.
ripped off, carcasses found, not but feet
Don't you love how I just
remaining.
completed this map, and yet I can't click on
And you
this?
say, well, let's just stay in the hen house. And
That's
I
so
say
fucking
there are
annoying.
foxes out there. There are foxes trying to get in. Whether they know it or not, it is their instinct. And if you say, well, let's just stay in the hen house.
No citadels.
That will work up until the day it doesn't, and then it will be too late. You should take a trip north. You should go over the mountains. Take the northern ridge. Take it as far as you can and climb to the peak. There, you'll see what I mean.
Songless breaking through the barrier? Impossible.
It's
Why would
been
Illumis
done
guide us here if it
before.
wasn't safe?
The barrier,
I wish I could just
Used
juice
to
the map
extend
myself instead of
much
having to
further.
run to a tower and do it.
a whole valley, maybe a fifth the space of our current territory.
Ugh, terrible.
Great lands, fertile, plenty of trees, lovely creatures. But the songless, in their curiosity, stumbled across one of these stones, one of these ancient stones that our forebearers forgot to care for. And
Where-
they ripped them up,
really frying
cracked them open, and the barrier on that
We're
side
really
fell.
frying now. The
They'll
damage
do it
is
again.
insane.
It's only a matter of time
And I'm
until
tanky enough.
the songless stumble across one of the components, one of the anchor
Hey guys, I'm
points,
just gonna blow you all
crack
up.
it open for their own greed, their hunger, their lust, their curiosity, which is our downfall, but perhaps also our savior. If we do nothing, if we let them encroach forever, we're dooming maybe not ourselves, but our children, or maybe our children's children. They are parasites. They would seek our destruction, and you would have us just wait, depending on gifts from 1,000 generations ago to keep us safe. Go on, elk. Go bask in the sun. Go bond with the crocodile. Leave us be. Let us die slowly, without realizing it's coming. Let us be like the chickens, unaware that we're being raised to have our heads chopped off and our livers picked out.
It's blasphemous what you're saying. That Loomis would lead us into a cage like that where we have to be slaughtered.
Do you think Illumis leads us?
Of course.
When was the last time he came here? When was the last time he spoke to you?
He speaks to me every day during prayer when I hear the sounds of the forest and the beasts. It's here. This is Alabaster is getting frustrated because he's so offended by what he's hearing, but because he's kind of getting scared that this person might be right. So
This crazy old man who lives by himself up in the mountains, away from the rest of society? I don't know.
the
Seems
fact that he's making like a convincing point is needling Alabaster in a way, because he's not been raised to stand up to challenges of his faith and his convictions like this. He's been told how to convince others and how to convince people that have doubt, but someone like this with way more experience, who's way older, who's heard all this bullshit before, he was not prepared for this. You're mad. All these years, the loneliness in the mountains, you've gone mad. You can't be trusted.
That's what they always
that.
say. That's what they said when I went out to hunt the children of the songless. When I sent my pythons to strangle them in their beds. That's what they said then. And that's what your children will say when you find that beautiful wife. Right up until the songless strangle your children in their own beds.
I'll see that the people of my village are convinced not to visit you anymore. Good day.
You'll be back! You'll be back, elk!
Alabaster rides Domir, or gets onto Domir and tries to get out of here as quickly as possible, trying to shake the thoughts of doubt and
Let's see how we do on this tough
fear
map
that have
here.
been sowed within him.
Alright. Let's flip over to Iskar Green. Who are you seeking out?
Alabaster's father.
Alabaster, what's your father's name? Or should I give him one?
White of Ivory.
White of Ivory, thank you.
Francis. What?
Okay. So,
What makes you say OMG?
Iskar. Is this the first time you're meeting White of Ivory? Do you have a
is.
passing relation? Okay.
Yes.
First time. Well, he's a cleric. He's got an elk. He's a respectable man around town. You know? He's the sort of person you would go to because you value his opinion. Traditionally, most people. I know you're a little other, but this is a man of some mysticism. And you can approach him he's outside, you know, giving an instructive lesson to some youths about the nature of the sun and why we should bask in the warmth because it's a symbol for the dark times that may come. He's giving like a little something. And when it wraps up, he's noticed that you've been waiting. And boldly, he'll walk up to you. Are you looking for guidance? I don't think I know you. I am White of Ivory, and this is my elk. Who are you?
I'm Iskar Green. You don't know me, but I know your son, Alabaster. And he suggested to me that maybe I seek you out to find the guidance that I might be looking for. I'm sure you can feel it. I know we can all feel it. There's a big shift happening. I'm not the only one who's questioning everything we know around us, this whole existence. And I know you, like your son, are probably one for tradition. But I need your help.
Okay.
What I'm going to tell you might sound crazy, and it's probably going to go against everything that you believe in. But if I'm to start the revolution that
Francis, don't think about that shit, bro. You shouldn't think about that shit. It's not good for you. It's not good for anybody.
I think our people need.
This is something that's been an issue I've dealt with. In a world of 9 billion people, you know, you have your Elon Musks, sure, but you also have people that are just subject to horrible, horrible misery. I try not to think about it because it makes me feel bad. There's nothing I can do about it. Unless I want to devote my life, like join the Peace Corps or some shit. Not worth thinking about.
I need help from you with someone with your influence.
Revolution. What sort of children's games are we playing?
I sense that what we know about the barrier is not completely true. I have a feeling that everything we know might be a lie and is not what it appears to be. What can you tell me? What do you know about the barrier, the history of it?
It was made long, long ago by a friend who saw our people suffering, who watched the magic slip from this world, who saw a once mighty people able to
Turn my nose up at that.
bond, control, dominate even the mightiest creatures around, relegated to the simple, natural animals. My elk Horner here is a lovely creature. I feel what he feels. I feel his...
Francis, I'm sorry, but you are thinking about it because you thought about it when you posted that. I don't recommend thinking about it.
happiness, his pain, his sorrow, his joy. But let us be frank about these lovely companions. They are but dumb beasts. Elegant, beautiful, amazing, filled with life and wonders.
But you do you, bro. I'm not judging you. Seriously. Of course. one's thoughts ought to belong to one's self and no one else.
But dumb beasts indeed. It's not how it always was. Our past, our future, was
Oh, okay,
stripped
boss.
from us by the outside, the unknown, as magic faded,
Bro.
as the primeval
Build's really
nature
popping
of this
off now.
world decayed,
Am I level 90 yet? No.
and our great
87.
friend, lost to time, came through, built
Okay.
the 3
That's like
cornerstones
20x.
on the 3 mountains, built the anchors, all 8 of them, and preserved this valley, both in its magic and in its protection. And we have sat within its shelter for 1,000 generations, peacefully, without fear of outside, without knowing war.
All right. In that case, maybe I'm the one that's thinking about horrible shit. I do tend to do that.
Without knowing suffering beyond what the gods demand of us. A young man like you may feel there is something amiss in this world. But that is just youth. That is energy to make change when we have the perfect life. You see the Songless fight each other. You see them kill, capture, torture, rip the earth up, strip out its bones, melt them with heat. To what end? Have you seen their cities? Crowded, overcrowded even, stuffed with sickness passing amongst them, coughing, hacking, wheezing, their hair falling out. No. The outside world is filled with ills and evil from a sickly world. We are the last spot of hope. Revolution? Only in children's games. Only for the fun of it. Only to make believe.
The outside world may be sick, but why?
No, I said maybe I'm thinking about it because I thought you were thinking about it rather than just commenting on it. So maybe it indicates some sort of fixation on my end.
Why should it remain that way? Why should we leave it to just rot around us? What if we can do something about that?
Oh.
What if the true nature of the Songless hasn't always been the way it is now? What if
Why are they so spread out?
ended up this way for a reason?
Are you shitting me?
I have a
Probably
feeling
through
that
their
you're
own
not.
doing. They probably deserve this, don't you think?
Why would they deserve this, though? I have a feeling you're not being forthcoming. I feel like you know more than you're telling me, and I'm sure your son told you what we encountered out there, what happened to
I'm gonna
us.
just go for
And your
items
son
dropped
is
by monsters,
strong in his faith. I can sense that,
and then just go for
and I respect
flags here.
but I can see it starting to slip a little bit. Maybe I think your son is also
So how many
starting to
flags do we have here?
maybe
1,
question everything
2, 3,
that he thought he's known
4,
at this time.
5.
Maybe
1,
your
2,
teachings of the Loomis.
3, 4, 5. Oh wait, these
Maybe
are all
maybe
close
your
to
son
each other.
is
Okay,
questioning that
that's
too.
what you do.
We all question
Boom.
tradition and doctrine and faith at one time or another. And yet, we all come out on the other side a little wiser with our years. Not be hasty, young Tobin. Life is long. Life is very long. There's plenty of time to make your decisions. Do not let your eagerness and haste lead you to foolishness.
Oh shit, I forgot about the delirium.
And
outside
if I
worlds.
were to rally enough Toman to seek beyond the walls, what then? Would you try to stop me?
If you
Would you let
could
us go?
convince all of our people to rush forth and do battle with the evil Songless. Oh, I
We'll just
don't
have
know.
to
That's
see.
like asking what I would do if a fish started to fly. It's absurd upon the face of it. I suppose if you convinced them all, you would have convinced me too.
I see. Well, in that case, I know what I have to do then. I think the next time we meet, this conversation may go a little differently.
Good. I'm glad you've seen reason. I'm glad that you've seen wisdom. It's best to take our time and talk things through. Figure things out before we...
Don't let your mom's something lead to my dick. All right. That's my last
act
one.
with haste and recklessness. Talk to the others, and then come see me again.
I need more time.
No, but I know what you mean. I was being ironic.
Thank you for
Go
your
with the
time.
light.
It was a pleasure. We may not see eye to eye, but I understand why you are so strong in your
Tier
beliefs.
3.
I admire your tenacity and courage.
Oh, tier 6.
I look
tier
forward to
6.
seeing you again.
Tier 4. This is a piece of shit.
And I think with that, you depart.
Yeah, it has no DPS.
And that leaves us with Gray of Morning Mist. You're seeking out the setting sun, right?
I think what happens here is Gray probably does. He probably does seek them out. And
I need to dump real quick. This map was a doozy.
describe. Actually, I'll say this: when he seeks them out, how does he find them? Like, what is the circumstances? Because you mentioned they're a little secluded.
Yeah. The current setting sun lives atop this mountain at the far end of the valley. It might actually take you a little while to get there, like a couple days perhaps. And then he is on top of the mountain.
Yeah, no, those guys, I'm kind of half listening to them. I would like to listen more, but I'm kind of focusing on the game a little bit. You know, going through all my items, sorting them, figuring out what's good and what's not. It's a D&D podcast. I thought you were talking to me when you said that. This guy, the guy that I'm running over with my cursor right now, he said it, right? Yeah. That was one of his NPCs. Okay, salvage bench first. Alright, actually, let's identify this. Okay. All depends on what our role here is. Terrible. Just get rid of that, destroy that. Oh, I never identified everything? Alright, disenchant.
Have you found more of what we...
It's like a few exalts that might sell for 5 exalts. I'll try to get 5 exalts for it. Lightning, let's just get rid of that shit. I don't want to look at that. I don't want to think about that. How much does this sell for? Okay. What does it do? I have no idea how to use it. I'm going to hold on to it for now. This Favors at ritual altars in areas cost 12% increased tribute, but you can re-roll favors at ritual altars in your maps twice as many times. I will sell that. I'm not going to use that. Oh, when you say this broadcast, you're talking about the D&D thing. Yeah, they're playing Dungeons and Dragons, my friend. That's the Dungeon Master.
Find more slime maps
okay.
for my research.
So, let's just go to here. Sure. Okay. That is definitely something. That's definitely something. And what if I just search those? Okay, now we're talking. We got our next crafting project, baby. I can guarantee life? No, I want to try to get damage mods on the prefixes. So, do I force prefix desecrate it? And essence resistance onto it? I think that's what you do. You essence resistance. And then you just desecrate. How much is the re-rolly shenanigans? Here, let's get rid of everything else first. Clean up my inventory. I need another tab. No. I'll just put these in here. I won't forget. Crafting / keys. In fact, I'm going to rename it. That's a piece of shit. Roll that real quick. Tier 1 evasion is probably decent, right? What if I go like this? I mean, I'm going to hold on to it, of course. I'm just throwing that in the stash, though. We're going to sell that to Anj. Okay. This, Anj. Okay. We'll try 5 exalts.
Someone is bound bound to buy that.
Desecrate. We want desecrate prefix. We're not doing one of those weird ones. So we're just going to do that. Now I want to look at essences. Now here's a question. I could try to desecrate a suffix and go for that chaos hybrid stat. Either way, I think it's definitely an essence is what we're going for here. And so, what's the resistance I need the most of? Cold? So why don't we get a cold essence here?
Have an order? I'll post it right away.
Amazing. Now what would that sell for? Already we're at 2 div. And we haven't even done this yet. So now we're going to look at, I believe it's omens. Omen of Abyssal Echoes. So that's 29 Exalt. But it's a 2 div item. So I think I go for that. Do I even have 29 Exalts? I think I do. These are getting up there. I don't have any of these in my inventory. Omen of Abyssal Echoes. Alright. Well, I'm gonna buy one.
I'll post it right away.
When this is active in your inventory, the next time you reveal desecrated modifiers. So now I'm gonna take this. I just want to hit damage, right? So yeah, let's go prefix. I feel like hitting a damage roll on this would be insane. So we're going to go prefix here. Okay. Unclick that. Click that. Come on. Yes! Flat fizz. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh my god, that is so amazing. I might be able to just use this instead of selling it. I'm going to see what it sells for. Holy shit. We've got 4 great mods on this. What tier is that? Tier 2 Flat Fizz, Tier 3 Lightning. I mean, they're not like Tier 1s or anything, but like... If I go here... Yeah, 2 div, trade. I want to mess with this search filter a little bit. See, I want to do a count. First of all, I want to add fizz here. Flat fizz. So it looks like it takes an average. So an average would be, what, like 18, 19? Say 18. Okay. What happens if I just search that? Nothing? Oh, bro. Alright, well, let's finish it off. Question is, do I go for a perfect grader? I don't think I go for a perfect grader. A perfect exalt. I think I just go for a grader exalt here. Do I have any? No. We'll go buy one. Alright, and then I need the Omen of whatever it's called. Omen of double exalts.
Oh, it's you.
Alright, I want...
I'll fill that in as soon as I can. All right, your order is registered.
I don't know what you're referring to when you say, oh, it's you. Imagine if I get percent fizz on this. $109 life, 40% mana regeneration. Oh, what the fuck? This has to be like 30 divs at least. Oh. Bro. Are you shitting me? I think I just insta-swap this with something right now. Oh, I would lose 20 decks, though. I can't lose 20 decks. Alright, so... I could just lose some life leech. What happens to my life leech if I lose this ring? Even then... Okay. I'm equipping this fucking ring right now. This is insane of a ring. I'm equipping this fucking ring right now. Oh shit, I can't replace this one. I need to replace this one. Yeah, I'm gonna lose the life leech. But that's fine. I'm replacing 31 lightning res with 33 cold res, so that's fine. I just switch one of these colds to two of these colds to lightning. I'm also getting 3 all res, 110 life, and I'm going to be getting mana. So, oh yeah, I just wanted to look at the life leech that I'm getting right now and see how bad the loss of the life leech is going to be. But first, you know what I need to do?
What is it?
Refund passives.
The winds changed direction.
Tell me I can put this into Dex. Yes, okay. So where's my life leech? So I'm at 14.3%, and if I switch this, I go to 8.8%. I lose a lot of life leech. My damage goes way up though, right? Also, look at my resistances now. And my mana regen as well. Way overcapped on chaos. Which is actually really good because it means I'm going to have a much easier time replacing these gloves. I'm going to be able to get gloves without chaos resistance now. Same thing with helmet. I could get a better helmet, although it's going to be hard with the spirit. In fact, what does this sell for? With the spirit. And all the resistance. This ring is like priceless. I don't even think I sell it. This ring isn't all that amazing, right? This doesn't sell for shit. Eh? Maybe I can get like 20 exalts for it. First of all, let's get my resistances sorted out. Also, actually, I'm going to run a map. Bro. This ring is insane. I'm going to run a map. Is that tier 1 life? Tier 1 life. Bro. Okay. Okay, so I need socketable. Lightning. I have 2 of these. Amazing. So we're going to replace... Lightning. Lightning. Okay. I'm capped on everything. Chaos is over-capped. Which means I'm finally going to be able to get an upgrade on these gloves. Something that actually has evasion or energy shield. That's going to be huge for my build. So I think I can just straight up lose 24 chaos resistance. Life went up as well. That's going to make things much more comfortable. Bro. Alright. Like, does this... Does this even show up? Yeah. That's not even including Flat Fizz, and it's 10 Divine. Oh my god, dude. This ring and this amulet are fucking nutso. This crafting system is ridiculous. Holy shit. I'm gonna brag in Discord about this. I'm so happy right now. This league has been full of ups and downs for me, but I think it's going to be mostly ups from here. I started this ring started off with lightning and chaos res, and I fucking turned it into that. Oh my god, I'm still in the middle of this fucking mine shaft here.
Storming arrow. Rarely broke a sweat.
Why can't I interact with this ritual? Annoying.
Oh, and it was about half.
Francis, I'm sorry. You must have had no idea why I'm so excited about that item. But suffice it to say, it's really good for a lot of builds, and people will pay a lot of money for it. In-game money. In-game money. Like, that one ring, like, currency-wise, it probably costs more than my entire build. Okay, let's run the other way here. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah. Okay, more. Give me more enemies. Give me more enemies to kill. Yeah. Connect it around this way. That was pretty good. Alright, 9 splinters. Yeah, that's respectable.
An easy trophy.
It's no ordinary mountain. This is a dormant volcano that has a large caldera at the top. You've probably been there just as a matter of exploring high places, since, you know, you're bonded to a hawk. You like to fly. You like to get up high. And you know that he lives up there near that area, but it's a journey.
Well, look,
it'll take a while to get.
I know you might not necessarily care, but for the sake of the audience, okay? Because you're not my only viewer. I have thousands of viewers. You're definitely not my only one. I'm gonna nerd out here a little bit. So, lightning damage and physical damage are the main things that you use for damage. And I got good rolls for both of those. Chaos resistance is very rare and needed in literally every build. And life is common, but 100 life is rare. So this is a high life roll in addition to the 2 amazing damage rolls, plus the chaos resistance. And the other 2 mods are actually both very good. Cold resistance and mana regeneration. So this is like, yeah, insane. It's pretty much like the only problem is some of the values could be a little bit better. You know, I could have had 37 cold resistance theoretically, or I could have had like 55 mana regeneration. But I mean, still.
A log is little more than fury. Prepare yourself.
Normally, that's the type of thing I save up for like 3 days of farming to be able to buy. I just crafted it.
Too weak, too slow.
I'd make so much more currency if I could keep in my head like the things that are really good for other builds. Although it's not that complicated. Like for minions, they're gonna want plus minion skills and life, or plus minion skills and chaos resistance. Spirit plus chaos resistance is always good. But yeah, I mean, if I wasn't already sold on the new crafting system, I am now. No, I had a good reason there, Francis. I had a very good reason. But you don't play the game. So sad. That's my damage in the map. $34. Oh my god. Alright, I need to defer this again. Oh. Oh, what's so funny this time? The fact that I'm still in this map? No, I'm done. Wait, no, there's another rare. Oh, there's a bunch of rares. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, Spirit. Looks like you get to have your way. Just go fast, okay?
Storming arrow.
And, yeah, excellent.
Barely broke a sweat. Nowhere to run.
Oh. You have to keep the people entertained, or they'll go to another stream. That's the cutthroat nature of this attention-based economy that we find ourselves in. Okay, so rupture, sure.
There. You can go, up the river, which is nice and easy. The movement rate's only 20, is it?
Yep.
Yeah, so it'll take you a few days to get there unless you can, hitch a ride on an elk or a deer or something like that. Oxen often, will help slower toemen travel just because it's in their nature to just plod without regard for the weight. So maybe a couple days. Or is that getting in your way? Is that too far for you?
I don't think it's too far for him, but I think upon considering that journey, he's... the others are relatively close, and they want to meet again. And he thinks for a while, and I think for some reason he sort of has this very strange feeling that he doesn't want to meet them yet. He has this feeling that he doesn't know what he wants to know. He for some reason he feels this compulsion to speak to them, to ask to understand something, because it's someone who's lived for a long time and has been sort of had lost and lived within their society and now is detached from it. But there's some hesitation, and I think it's one of those things where he's feeling a sense of nervousness, almost like as if meeting them is some...
Pretty sure
it's not a
everything
rational
just
thought. It's almost as if
died
meeting
the
them is some
second
sort
they
of
came into
existential
existence
crisis
just
he's not
from
ready to
being near
face.
me.
But the fact that it's a long journey
chest.
is like, oh, conveniently, I have to meet up with them, right? I may as well do this another time, right? So I think he's going to put it off for now and sort of, quite frankly, cope with the idea of, oh, I'm just being pragmatic. But in reality, for some reason, he's a little... Something about that meeting, there's no rational basis in it, just makes him nervous.
So what do you do instead?
It's an excellent question. What they're gonna probably take a day or so each of them around there.
Yeah.
I think Gray is just going to ponder for a while. Just ponder and be a little bit aimless and restless. Normally they've had this, even though they've been sort of on the fringes of society, they've had this sense of like constantly shifting like water, drifting along the edges. And they're just pacing very... It's almost like an entire day of pacing and doing nothing, just being restless, not being at ease. Still trying to like wash their hands too much. Still thinking about that, like what that old man said. And they're probably just watching the other Tomen, you know, living their lives. It's one of those very strange experiences in the day where he's just not sure what to do with himself. And he's sort of looking around and he really does feel detached from the society in a sense. And it's just sort of waiting on the others.
Okay. Well, we will all meet up again the next day at our prearranged time, prearranged place, and report back. What have we learned? What have we thought? What have we found? How have our goals aligned or separated? Pichel, kick us off.
Yeah, everything's just dying the second
Yeah.
it's on the
think
screen.
We're the three of us are meeting again here, yeah? I think that Alabaster will approach basically what Alabaster is hoping for right now, because he is so conflicted. He hopes and feels like there's a pretty good chance that, you know, he knows his father, and he looks up to his father, that even though he couldn't talk sense into Iskar, his father surely could, right? So he's gonna walk up to Iskar. Iskar, my friend, puts a hand on his shoulder. How was your conversation with my father? He's quite learned and wise, isn't he?
Yeah, I sense great strength from him. I understand why he has the reputation he does amongst our people. I can sense great power, but I can't help but question what he told me. He talked a bit of the history of our people, why our society is set up the way it is, why we live within these barriers. And I just have this feeling that it's not all what we think.
Okay.
I feel like he is hiding something from me. Maybe even from you. Maybe from all of us.
Piece of shit.
I know this is tough for you to hear.
Alright, maybe try to sell that for 2 exalts.
Everybody's going mad. This...
What's new?
Like... What did my father even tell you? What are you talking about?
Is that a good price for that?
The nature of this barrier we live within,
Okay.
it wasn't always the way it was. I think we need to find the truth. The lands outside, there's a reason that they don't want us there, and they never did. I think we need to seek that out. You know, we got an idea, but the Songless, I don't think they are just these wild savages like we think they are. I think there's a reason we see them the way we do. And I think your father, believe it or not, can be convinced. If enough people can convince him and come together that we should go seek further outside the walls and seek out the true nature of the Songless, I think he can be swayed.
I think that is the only way that we could drive our species into extinction. It's the only way we could ensure our people's demise. The old man in the mountains, he was also talking about this, the barrier, and...
So I should sell this bad boy.
He told us. He told me to seek out the mountains in the north. And Alabastra says this.
I can increase
probably
life
more as a cope
modifiers on
than
this as
anything.
well.
We should.
In fact, I forgot
we
to
should
do
head
that
up to
when I
that
was rolling
location
it
and
before.
we could prove. If we could go there and prove that
Might
there's
as well
nothing
increase
there,
the life modifiers on
that we
this,
are
right?
safe here, then
But let's sell this. Okay, so we're gonna go to Henge.
then
Manage store. So what are we looking at for this bad boy? We got life, we got lightning res, we got lightning
From you
damage to
two
attack, we got all
specifically.
res.
Is how different our people really are.
Alright, so let's
How
try...
divided we are. That is something that he has said
Oh,
that is
pseudo.
true. There are things that your father has said that are also true, the importance of unity. I think too...
Very nice.
We
That's what I
defeated
need.
one of the songless, but we had an advantage. They're bigger, they're stronger than us. I think we need to adapt and learn. I have questions, and I think we can find them to the north. That is also where the setting sun resides, who may offer different perspectives. But for some reason, I feel
Yeah,
that you
proof there
two,
then.
you two are important in what you represent. I feel the inclination to follow
Alright,
you.
this doesn't sell for very much, honestly.
I think we should go up there to the north.
So
And we
let,
should-
fuck it. I'll try 50 and I'll bring it down.
If this idea spreads more, it's
I'll do what
dangerous. I
can
have to-
sell it for you.
I have to convince you and the others. We need to stay within these barriers.
We're doing okay with clarity. Without clarity, I mean.
Venturing out there, venturing from the hidden path that Illumis has revealed to us, it's certain death. But if that's what it takes, then Illumis will guide me there, and I'll make sure that everyone knows that we can trust him.
Iskar smiles almost mischievously even because he's thinking, you know, all paths are leading to us going to the north to see what is there, to see what we're going to find. And Iskar knows that Alabaster thinks we're going to find the reason to call this whole thing off and just kind of keep the status quo as it is. But Iskar thinks it's going to be the exact opposite. And the truth is going to start this revolution that Iskar keeps talking about. So he just kind of smiles and says, well, it sounds like it's decided. We go north. We find the truth.
Okay.
All right.
Well, that's where we're going to end our session for the day.
Oh,
let's dole
I gotta
out
do
some
one last thing.
experience.
How much currency do I have right now?
The group
Oh, yeah.
gets 200 for the
25
battle, 200 for the
chaos.
rescue, 200 for the RP, divided by 3 people is 200 each. I do believe you hit level 2 at 300 experience, so not quite there, but very close. Almost
Where's the
inevitably.
experience on the fucking 2E 5E sheets? I see it. Okay, yeah. Top right.
Inevitably, we'll run into some conflict or role-playing event next session that will get you at least the 100 you need to get you to your next level.
Hell yeah.
And that's going to be it for today's Dice Lock.
Great session. Very.
Amazing.
I
thing.
feel that we really defined the characters more. Yeah,
Yes.
better idea. Then that was probably the best, and our circumstances of the world, which is the most fascinating thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's a really cool like tension between the characters, and it's super cool. We can stop our recordings.
Start keeping mirrors though.
Let's see if there are any takers.
If that got really high flat, it unironically might be worth keeping just because it has Chaos Press on it. I don't know how important Spirit is for the ED build. I think it is used though.
Can I help?
Alright, where did it go off to? Huh? Oh, I see what's happening. It's uncompleting the map. Like the spirally thing. Do you know what? I'm just gonna fucking run. I'm just gonna fucking run through it tier A. It's actually uncompleting the map. I've definitely done that. I saw that was green last map. Oh, do you know what I want to do? I want to go check if the ferryman reset. Because that would be an interesting thing to know.
Right, yeah. Now this guy's just streaming the same game I am. Let me see if I can find something else better to watch. Here, you know what? I'm gonna put on something that's relevant to you and me here. What's a good debate that I heard on this shit recently? Oh, there was a Wick panel about it.
So it's like, I'm not trying to say that like...
Videos... Live, okay. No, I know what we're gonna listen to. Where's the actual video? Alright, let's look up Live and Learn. They need a new thumbnail. They have a different cast now. So Live and Learn, and I want to look up, it was a while ago they had the Vanguard. No, I'm just playing a YouTube video, man. Did they delist the video? Alright, looks like we're going to need to watch Hutch's video about it, which is kind of annoying.
I will
check but is Hutch going to be
How did they vote?
interjecting?
Like at the end of the day, like it goes all the way.
No, he's not interjecting. Alright. So tell me who do you agree with
on this? I can't wait to find records of you saying, "Oh yeah, Trump's going to get Mike Johnson confirmed in his first vote. He's going to get all of his cabinets picked. He is going to get the one big beautiful bill."
You go to war with Joe Manchin. You say, "I'm going to primary he blocked you. Hold on, wait, let's just hold on. I'm gonna f your mom and I'm gonna primary you and we're gonna replace you, okay? And then he says, you know what? I don't like this at all. I'm an independent. You guys don't get the majority. That's that.
So are you stupid? So the response, Manchin is not bullyable, is a response to your question is, why don't you bully? Okay,
that wasn't my f***ing question.
Why don't you be like Trump and bully?
It literally was.
The
This
Democrats
is just a little teaser.
people and lie to them about, oh, we're actually fighting for $15 in minimum wage, or oh, we're actually going to cancel your student loans, when they never had an intention of doing it. They rolled over immediately, so they lost and handed.
They never had the intention of doing student loans.
No, they did not.
Well, why did he do it?
Oh, the Republicans struck it down. That's what the Democrats always say.
No, the court struck it down, bro. What do you mean?
That's why we got to pack the court. So, Hutch, again, I agree with you. Biden's first 6 months more legislatively successful than Trump's, but hasn't Trump surprised you? I know he surprised me. I know he surprised a lot of people on Twitter when we're like, oh, they're not going to be able to get Mike Johnson confirmed as speaker. They're not going to be able to get this continuing resolution passed. They're not going to be able to get the one big beautiful bill done.
You believe that, Josiah? You really believe that?
And they have knocked one W after another. They have defied expectations. When it looked like Trump was down for the count, he squeaked a win.
No,
Who said he was down for the
count? That's not true. Wait, Josiah, that is so not true. Trump has, and this I think goes to Zach's point. He has a force of personality and is able to influence his members of Congress to do shit that that is against their interests.
Why are all the cool-looking maps fucked up?
I know you guys talk about Josh Hawley because I think I saw a video of you guys talking about Josh Hawley. Yeah. Like, Josh Hawley puts a stake in the ground and says, no, on Medicaid, I'm not going to budge, and this is really important. This is really important, and he budges. And so, if you actually, Josiah, and I have to question you, you actually thought they weren't going to be able to get Mike Johnson as speaker? You actually thought they weren't going to be able to pass a continuing resolution? That shit was baked in when they won the election, man, because Trump actually has that force of will.
They got it done the first time. They got it done. They got Mike Johnson confirmed on the first vote.
That's one way to spin it. That how long did that take? That took like how many votes to get that done?
Wait a minute.
I think we all had.
Francis, have you heard of force the vote? Yes or no? If you have heard of it, were you in favor of it?
No, because I think we all had. Maybe there was one. Maybe it was Pisco. I can't remember. I think we all had doubts that he'd be able to get his full cabinet confirmed. I think that. Well,
I had no doubt to it. No. I said everyone was going to
get like I said, maybe it was you who.
Maybe it was.
I'm
going to go back and find out. By the way,
I
thought
there
was going to be a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah,
I thought that somebody that was totally crazy. I'm not. I'll be real.
I'm
actually going to go back and check, Pisco, because you came in way too hot.
No. Check it.
No, don't worry. We'll check the tape.
No, I will.
We'll check the tapes on this. I can't wait to find records of you saying, "Oh yeah, Trump is going to get Mike Johnson confirmed in his first vote. He's going to get all of his cabinets picked. He is going to get the one big beautiful bill
I think
passed."
Pisco did, bro. I really do.
Absolutely
don't fucking
did.
believe. That's okay. 100%. All right.
No.
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, but
also,
I think that to Josiah's point,
I
though,
think he
there
did,
was
bro.
I think a general expectation that there would probably be more reins on Trump than or there'd be less reins on Trump than there have proven to been, I suppose, right?
You gonna work this time?
He would probably have a little
It's
bit more
fucking
problems getting various things done, and he's also,
Oh,
I think,
I have an idol.
Believe that, Econoboy? You believe that?
Yeah.
You
I think
moron?
also, I think
an idiot. Are you
I think
sure?
there's also been.
Are you sure?
There's also been a lot of things that Trump has done that I think probably did generally surprise people, like even political commentators. Like, for instance, when it comes to things like just like completely shutting down entire government agencies.
That's
right?
cool.
Like the
Department of
FDP or the
Education.
USAID,
If you Google
Department
it,
of Education, right?
you'll
And
see a
I
lot
think as
about
well,
it.
like I think there was a Supreme Court ruling that came out. I think it might have been just today, actually, that said essentially, you can substantially cut these agencies or withhold funds. And who gives a about Congress? Essentially, originalist Supreme Court, quote unquote. Like, I think that that's a pretty surprising thing from most people's perspectives. And people have to adjust their priors, but there's something to be said, I think, about Trump's overperformance, I guess, relative to his first term in a number of ways.
But it's a misrepresentation of the truth to suggest that Donald Trump just doesn't have to abide by the checks that people like Joe Biden did. Like you mentioned the parliamentarian, and I think you're like furthering this narrative that the Republicans get everything they want when they elect Trump, and then we elect Biden, he just throws scraps at us. That's kind of the narrative that you guys push, right?
Yeah, I stand by that. I think that his entire presidency, that's why he was a one-term president. Yeah, usually if you're a really successful president, you get 2 terms. He got 1 term.
Well, let's interrogate that a little bit. Like, do you
All right, here's the crux of the debate. Listen to this part of the debate right here. I personally agree with Hutch.
You guys blamed the Senate parliaminarian for the $15 an hour minimum wage.
No,
I don't
blame
understand how you
Joe
reached
Biden
that
for
conclusion.
failing on one of its primary campaign promises to the American people, and the minimum wage in this country hasn't been raised since George Bush.
Well, what should he have done?
Fired the Senate parliamentarian.
What would that have accomplished?
There would have not been the person standing in the way of that issue. Another one would have cropped up, and I would have advised that he deal with it swiftly.
You still didn't have yes votes from either Cinema or Manchin.
I think you can deal with that if you're the president of the United States. To Pisco's point, he expected every single one of those people to fall to Trump because Donald Trump will exercise power within the Republican
Not
Party.
everybody
He will
did.
ruin you.
But not everybody
He'll make sure
did.
that you never work again.
Matthew
I
said
think
no.
that Joe Biden could have done a lot more to put his thumb on the scale to get Joe Manchin.
Get into specifics. How is he going to pressure Joe Manchin?
Honestly, I'm kind of in between these two guys, actually. I'm kind of, like, in between them.
Manchin.
Go to his district, hold a rally, talk about how this guy right here is standing in the way of you getting a minimum wage. Call it the minimum wage rally. Have 100,000 people show up. Have Bernie Sanders speak at it. Have every single person. Have Kamala Harris speak. Bring out Barack Obama. If you can't have Michelle Obama speak there.
Sorry, what
Get
state
AOC
did he
on the
serve
stage.
again?
This is how we're going to raise the.
It wasn't a district, it was a state. What state did he serve again?
West Virginia.
And then how did they vote in the last election? Do you know?
Yeah, do you think that they would all vote for a $15 minimum wage? They would. We voted for a $15 minimum wage in my state of Missouri, and guess what? We also voted for Donald Trump, unfortunately. People are heterodox. Same thing happened in Florida, which is the Republican stronghold.
It's a Trump plus 40 state. Whatever leverage you think Joe Biden had in West Virginia, you are deluding yourself. Like, I just want to ask you,
that's because people don't show up to vote in West Virginia. Look at how many people are registered to vote compared to eligibility in West Virginia.
Can you simply accept that sometimes presidents are going to be constrained by the Congress, that it's not just as simple as them wielding the bully pulpit? Are you willing to concede that sometimes presidents don't get the things that they want?
How would we know? He didn't do that. He did not do that. He did not make a single effort. He stayed in his basement and he said, "Oh."
He negotiated bills that he could get passed, and he didn't waste time fighting for something like firing the Senate parliamentarian that wouldn't have changed the outcome.
To give a right-wing, watered-down infrastructure bill so he could claim victory after he rolled over completely. That's what happened.
I also think, as I was talking about earlier in the show, Joe Biden of 10 years ago absolutely would not have taken that bullshit from Joe Manchin. Are you kidding me? Do you know who Joe Biden is as a politician?
For the record.
Do you know who Joe Biden is as a politician? Because if Joe Biden had actually been in, if he had actually been in office when he, are you going to let me finish the point?
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, because I can't focus with that either way. If you actually knew who the politician Joe Biden was from his previous era, he would not have allowed his signature piece of legislation to be embarrassed in the way that it was by the likes of Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. He didn't even threaten to, facilitate a primary against them. As soon as Thomas Massie starts talking shit on Donald Trump, Trump's tweeting about how they've already recruiting candidates to run against him. And with Joe Manchin, it's like, there may be some disagreements with this fine and honorable member of the caucus from West Virginia, and let's go talk about it privately like gentlemen. No, Zach is 100% right. You're the president of the United States. You go to his home state. You embarrass the shit out of him. Even though Biden's not very popular in West Virginia, you at least try. And there
Bernie
are
Sanders is.
And Bernie Sanders is. You can bring out people that are popular. Kentucky has a Democratic governor. It's not impossible to reach these people. They're not just like 100%. Democrats suck. I hate all Democrats. Like, no, if you actually put it to them in a way that makes sense, these states, which by the way, within the last 75 years, were all blue states. Yeah, you can convince them to fight for something like minimum wage. You can convince them to, take out their anger on this politician who's single-handedly holding that up. I don't know. I don't think it's that crazy to at least try. And that was another issue with Biden. His whole posture, he just exuded weakness. Trump exudes strength, specifically to his base, less and less with every passing day. I think he's kind of fading in that capacity. But for a while, he was a master at getting people in line and on message. He turned the entire party into a reflection of himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, Biden couldn't even pretend to try to do that. And again, it might have been
thing that Donald Trump did when he was president. What was the first thing he tried to do legislatively?
In which term?
The Obama
first term
thing.
The first term.
Oh, you mean in the first term?
Yeah.
He passed a tax incentive.
None of the options were going to solve all of your problems, Francis. You think if Trump was president, that you wouldn't have been laid off? Do you believe that if Trump was president, you wouldn't have been laid off? Yes or no?
For Rich, and also
No.
repeal and replace Obamacare. I don't know which one happened first.
The first thing he tried to do was repeal and replace Obamacare. Was he successful?
No, John McCain stood in the way of it, but that was because they had a personal grievance. Okay, do you not remember the whole problem?
Do you think that Donald Trump could?
Let me ask you this: who do you think is more friendly to labor, Biden or Trump?
Have used the bully pulpit to force.
Another question: have you heard of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau? Do you know what that is? Do you know what the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is?
McCain to vote in the way that he wanted to?
I think that Donald Trump, if he had been a more deaf politician, would have absolutely gotten John McCain to go along with it. And if he hadn't said, I like the ones that don't get captured, and made fun of the man's military record, he would have absolutely gotten it.
Yeah,
you know what
the thing about Trump
perfectly...
is he doesn't actually give a fuck about the actual policy. Like,
and then,
he's never
while
really
you're
been
thinking
someone
about
who
the
cares
answers
that much
to all
about
those
getting
questions,
policy.
do you think that Trump would have done anything to prevent you from getting laid off?
He's past his cult of personality. If he was a sophisticated politician, yeah, he wouldn't have pissed off John McCain in that sort of way. Not that he totally didn't care about that, goal of repealing and replacing Obamacare. I'm not trying to seem like he didn't, but I don't think that he cares as much. That's not really his mission. Whereas Joe Biden should have been politically savvy enough to get those senators in line.
Okay, so I feel like, guys, you are perfectly exemplifying what the Green Lantern theory of
By the way, I was also disappointed with Biden in some regards, but in another way of looking at it, he was definitely by far the best president of my lifetime.
politics is. The central premise of it is that neither of you seem to accept that the Congress can be a check on the president. Neither of you seem to accept that sometimes.
When did Joe Biden try to use the bullet pulpit?
I let you
That's
talk.
what I'm
Hold
telling
on.
you. We advised that he should have.
I was speaking. I was nice to Gavin here. Okay, you guys seem to think that there's always going to be a way to force the people in Congress to give you the bills that they want, and the reality is literally every single president has been constrained by their Congress.
Never said
every
that.
single one.
I don't think that. That is not my position. I think that Joe Biden should have tried harder. I think he should have tried harder and used the bully pulpit more to shame the people that were preventing him from delivering on what the American voters voted him into the office to accomplish in the first.
You don't think that Republicans pretend to be friendly to the working class? What was Trump doing when he dressed up as a McDonald's worker and gave someone fries? He was pretending to be friendly to the working class. Who's friendlier to the working class, Biden or Trump? Who's friendlier to the working class, Biden or Trump? A single word answer, that's all you need to give.
First place, to me, as someone who actually deeply cares about these policies, who cares about the public option that he never actually tried to do once he was in office, who cares about the $15 minimum wage, which he didn't even try to fight for once he was in office. Yeah, it actually pisses me off, and I want to see the president reflect the frustration of his base when it comes to those key issues, and to at least punish the members of the caucus that are they're disloyal and that bears the whole agenda in administration.
Do my podcast co-hosts have any opinions on pressing Joe Manchin to get a $15 an hour minimum wage in West Virginia?
I think that. I was just gonna say, I think that these views are.
Okay.
I think that these views.
That's just false. Okay, here's why. The head of the FCC under Joe Biden was a woman by the name of Lena Khan. Okay, now what she did when she was head of the FCC was aggressively go after monopolies. Okay, monopolies reduce competition in the market, make prices higher, and allow for consolidation of money and power in both the economy and in politics. Lena Khan sued Amazon, Google, a few others for being monopolies. Biden, when Biden was president, they, I forget if this was a executive or a legislative thing, or it might have just been, I think it was executive. They put new rules for unions that essentially made it easier to unionize. They were punishing companies that engaged in union busting. Trump, on the other hand, took Lena Khan out. Who did he replace? Who did he replace with Lena Khan? Okay. Andrew Ferguson. The replacement of Lena Khan means that the FTC will operate with a lighter touch when it comes to antitrust enforcement. The new chair is expected to appoint new director of the FTC's antitrust and consumer protection divisions. These changes will make the FTC more favorable to business than it has ever been in recent years, though the extent to which is to be determined, wrote Anthony DiResta, a consumer protection attorney at Holland & Knight, in a recent analysis. Deals that were blocked by the Biden administration could find new life with Trump in command. For example, the new leadership could be more open to a proposed merger between the country's two biggest supermarket chains, Kroger and Albertsons, which forged a $24.6 billion deal to combine in 2022. Two judges halted the merger on Tuesday night. So these are the types of things that Lena Khan, in her capacity as the head of the FTC, was fighting against. Monopolization, antitrust. This guy, I'm pretty sure, I don't know his whole background, but I guarantee you he's not going to be as aggressive on antitrust. If anything, they're pro big tech, pro business, pro monopoly. What else? What else? Tariffs. Tariffs. We knew Trump was going to institute tariffs. Those are not good for the working class. Tariffs raise inflation. Tariffs hurt small businesses compared to big businesses, because big businesses are more able to reallocate their resources. They operate on larger margins, this type of thing, than smaller businesses. So small businesses get screwed by tariffs. All consumers get screwed by tariffs. Cars cost more. Well, are you listening to any of the things that I'm saying that Biden did that were really great? Who is a better president? Who is a better president in our lifetime besides Biden? You tell me, who is a better president besides Biden in our lifetime, and why? I agree that Biden was certainly did not do enough to restrain Israel, but at least he did some things to restrain Israel. This is another issue I would like to talk to you about. Who do you think was better for Palestinians Trump or Biden? Do you agree that Trump gives Israel a blank check to do whatever they want with no restrictions whatsoever, whereas Biden, on the other hand, expected Israel to at least maintain appearances? So, for instance, there was no mass starvation occurring in Gaza when Biden was president. The second Trump came into office, we heard about more strict blockades, no enforcement of vigilantes raiding aid trucks, okay? You didn't have these images coming out on Twitter of emaciated children. None of that was happening under Biden. Under Trump, yes, we're getting complete starvation. Trump is talking about putting a Trump fucking hotel and renaming it the fucking Trump Riviera. Now Israel is explicitly occupying Gaza now. And planning to indefinitely. In what way was Trump better? I want you to answer this question, okay? I want you to answer this question. Not say both sides are bad. I want you to answer this question. Don't say both sides are bad. I want you to answer this question. In what way is Trump better for the Palestinians than Biden?
Storming arrow.
Because I just listed to you 5 different ways that Biden was better for Palestinians than Trump, and that didn't even get to the stuff domestically here in the U.S., which is arguably, well, not in terms of the consequences of the people involved, but in terms of the actions demonstrating where your loyalties lie, is definitely worse. The way Trump is policing pro-Palestinian speech on campuses, arresting students for writing op-eds, okay? Trying to get them deported, okay? Sending masked ICE agents to literally kidnap people off the street. All for just writing pro-Palestinian op-eds. Biden wasn't doing that. So answer the question. In what way is Trump better for Palestinians than Biden? That's what I want you to answer. Yeah, that bow is definitely worth 1 exalt. Why is he not accepting? Well, yeah, but I'm saying that Biden was demonstrably better than Trump. What do you disagree with what I I said? I gave you like 5 reasons that Biden was actually better for Palestinians than Trump. Starvation, restraining Israel, okay, so let's say 3, and policing pro-Palestinian speech here in America with ICE, with his Gestapo. So Trump literally sends Gestapo to arrest people for pro-Palestinian speech. So that's 3 demonstrable ways that Trump is worse for Palestine than Biden. Which of those do you disagree with? I'm not saying that you like Trump either. I'm saying that your actions led to Trump and Trump is worse. I'm giving you reasons that Trump is worse. So when you just say they're both bad, it's not convincing to me. I want you to refute my reasons. Yeah, Israel was bombing Gaza under Biden. I agree with that. But they weren't starving the people. Do you agree it's worse to be bombed and starved than it is to just be bombed? Which is worse, getting bombed or bombed and starved? Which is worse? Don't answer that. I'll tell you, being bombed and starved is worse than just being bombed. They're both bad, but one is a lot worse. For instance, if you are injured as a result of a bombing, but you have no food, you're not going to heal as well. Your organs will start to eat themselves, and you'll succumb to organ failure just from not eating. And they don't need to fire a single bullet. So no, I don't agree that you've refuted my argument, because my argument wasn't there were more gory images coming out under Trump. My argument is that the people of Gaza are being starved to death under Trump, and that wasn't happening under Biden.
Are somewhat compatible. Like, I think that Hutch, I think where you're wrong is that, look, at the end of the day, like, the Trump project, right, has been a long one at this point, right? It's been almost a decade long. By the time Trump, leaves, I guess we'll see what happens. Fingers crossed. His last term in 2029, that'll have been Donald Trump leading the conservative movement in this country for 12 years, right? A very long time. And we see some of the fruits of that today, right? We see the consolidation of power within the court and the Supreme Court. We see, like Pisto said, the consolidation of power within the caucus, and he's able to essentially just dictate things to the caucus. And, how did he accomplish that, right? It wasn't through, my friend John McCain or, the analogous thing that Joe Biden did with Joe Manchin. It's like, look, at some points, you have to try and make long-term decisions in the composition of the caucus. You're always going to have moderates and progressives, and those people are always going to disagree. Same thing with the Republican Party to some degree, but at the very least, I think it's probably worth it long-term to instill a kind of like coalition culture within the party and say, look, we ran as a party on $15 an hour minimum wage. I won that election. If you're against me, like, I don't care that you've been a senator from Delaware for, the last 20 years. Like, that's what the party believes in. That's what the base believes in, as evident by the election. And you're going to get primaried if you don't support it. And look, to the discredit of, some of Donald Trump's candidates that he endorses in the primaries, he's going to lose some of those elections, right? Like, he ends up primarying candidates and they end up losing 100%. Otherwise winnable elections. But we see that in the long run, those global macro trends that kind of dictate who wins and loses a lot of these elections end up pulling through. And now Donald Trump has, larger majorities in the Senate. I don't know what the House looked like when he took office, but he's able to actually have consolidated that and get a lot of things that he otherwise didn't.
How much is an arbiter
done. done.
Do you think that Joe Manchin, he was going to be threatened by a primary?
You're completely disregarding my point. Okay,
no, I'm not. What do you mean?
No. My point wasn't that you could get Manchin to change his mind. Manchin didn't even run for re-election. He left the Democratic Party. He was independent when he retired from the Senate. Like, I don't know that there's substantially anything that you could have done. I think to the Vanguard's point, there's probably something to be said about at least like the appearance of giving a and like trying.
Which by the way was a huge thing that led to Trump's re-election was the fact that everyone felt like Joe Biden was asleep at the wheel.
Aggressive, but I get heated about this stuff. I really do. Here's a question. Do you agree that a president could be good even if something bad happens in your life? Do you agree that a president could be good even if something bad happens in your life?
Hello everyone, this is Mishaman.
Wait, Pisco went on Tim Pool?
Mexicans were waving their own flags inside your country and declaring that they were going to take over a state for the race. I think that probably qualifies.
Yeah, it's funny that we have a UK person coming here to talk to me about the First Amendment.
That's why
in this country we have.
Here, let me ask you something, Francis. Do you like Tim Pool? Do you think Tim Pool has good takes?
You have a right to expression, and also, by the way, I think it's even.
He's got you there.
It's even extremely funny. I just want to finish this, and I'll let you finish. So do you agree that Jan 6 is an insurrection?
Yes.
Wait, unironically, you think Jan 6 is an insurrection?
Yeah, Trump shouldn't be allowed to run ever.
I know, but you're being ironic now. But
I'm not.
I'm totally asking you for real.
I'm actually being an opportunist. Trump's disqualified. And if that means he's out next year, okay.
You're supporting Trump, deporting people because they're critical of Israel. You deny that you supported Mahmoud Khalil's deportation. You said whoa.
Biden, he didn't do an arms embargo on Israel, but he was judicious about giving them more weapons, okay? Well, good. Keep it that way. Although I think I'm about to pop your Tim Pool cherry. Biden was, or his people were behind the scenes talking to the Israelis, basically saying things along the lines of, you guys are going overboard. You can't keep going this overboard. You can't be starving them. You can't be doing this crazy shit, bombing aid workers, if we're going to keep giving you weapons. And they never needed to do the big song and dance of a big arms embargo. And there were still a lot of clearly excesses by Israel under Biden. I'm not denying that. But you wouldn't have seen, for instance, if Kamala was president right now, you wouldn't be seeing Gaza being literally starved, where people are dying of starvation. You wouldn't be seeing that. I think the U.S. would be closer to their like if Kamala was president right now, the U.S. would be more along the lines of where France is with Israel. Maybe not that far, but our posture to Israel would be farther along towards that way of like where France and many European countries are with Israel. I'm not saying full UN condemnation or anything, but I think that they would at least be saying negative things. But what do you care more about? Helping the working class in America? Or Gaza? I don't know why I'm asking you. Biden was a lot better on both issues. So you agree that when I give you all these reasons, you would agree, don't you, that when I give you all of these reasons for why Biden was better for working class Americans and poor Americans, when I give you all these reasons about the FTC, union busting, antitrust, Trump's tariffs, when I give you all of these reasons, and then you say, but I got fired during Biden, you agree that's not a good argument, right? Saying that because you personally lost your job under Biden, that's not a good argument for, therefore, Biden was bad for working class Americans, right? You agree with that. There's going to be people getting hired and fired regardless of the situation in the economy, correct? And once you agree that that's not a good argument, I want you to make an argument for why, an actual argument for why the economy is not worse for working class Americans under Trump than it would have been under Biden.
Choose.
This is really good, right? One egg salt. Anything good here? Oh, shit. Why is this expensive? Amazing. That's a div right there. Why is it because of Biden that you're suffering? What did Biden do to make your life worse? And yes, I am to some degree saying that your situation is irrelevant. unless you can demonstrate that something that Biden did resulted in you getting fired from your job, or that if Trump was president you would not have gotten fired, or because here's the thing, one person, no matter who it is, not you, me, or anybody else, it doesn't matter, one person's experience is not representative of the country, and the president is not there to represent you, they're there to represent the country. So, answer me this. What did Biden do to get you fired? What was his causal role? Or, why would you have not been fired if Trump was president? Answer one of those two questions.
Oh, it's you.
You haven't answered any of my questions, by the way. I'm asking you very straightforward questions. You haven't answered any of them. I asked you... well, you haven't answered any of them. All you do is say both sides, or answer my question with a question. Indignantly. Okay, I thought you said you got fired earlier, but it's not really the point. What did Biden do that that fucked up your life? Why would your life have not gotten fucked up if Trump was president? What was the causal role that Biden had in your situation?
What's new? Can I help? Someone is bound to buy that. Hail.
No, I don't think you're saying that Trump is better. I think you're saying that they're the same. You understand I'm saying that you're saying they're the same. I made an argument for why Biden is significantly better. I'm asking you to refute the argument. I'm not saying you think Trump is better. I'm saying that you think they're the same. You agree with that, right? You think they're the same? You think that Trump and Biden are equally bad. Correct? You'll answer that one, right? You think that Trump and Biden are equally bad, correct? Can you answer that question at least? I get so pissed off when people don't answer simple questions because they're afraid of the line of reasoning. That's why I'm getting heated right now. I wish you could just answer the questions so that we could have a discussion about it. But you just obfuscate. I never said you think Trump is better than Biden. I think you think they're the same. And I think you would agree with that. I made an argument for why Trump is a lot worse than Biden. And in many ways, Biden is a lot better than Trump. I want you to refute that argument. Okay. So, what's wrong? Now, okay. So you said they're equally bad. So now I'm going to ask you. When I say that, one, Gaza would not be starving under if Kamala was president. They'd still be getting bombed, but they wouldn't be being starved out. Okay? That's one way that Biden was significantly better than Trump. Okay. The head of the FTC being Lena Khan. The head of the FTC being Lena Khan, who was aggressively going after antitrust. Compared to Trump's FTC, who just cozies up with big tech. We have illegal deportations, okay? Masked thugs pulling people off the street for writing op-eds that are pro-Palestine under Trump. That wouldn't have happened under Biden. Didn't happen under Biden, wouldn't have happened under Kamala Harris. Trump's tariffs are horrible for the working class. Raise prices, kill jobs, slow down the economy. Wouldn't have happened under Harris. Okay, so these are reasons I'm giving you, actual tangible things. There's a million others on why Trump is a lot worse than Biden. What do you disagree with? Which of those reasons? You need to refute all of them to convince me. You need to refute all of them to convince me. Or give me some reasons that Trump is better. I'm not asking you to please me, Francis. I want you to give reasons for your opinions. Do you see that I'm giving reasons and you're not? So we both have opinions, right? We both have opinions. But I'm giving you reasons for my opinions. And all you're doing when I ask you for reasons is acting indignant.
Oh, it's you. Have an order?
That's why I'm getting so pissed off. What about the Supreme Court? Do you think that Roe v. Wade would have been overturned if Trump was never president? Even if it was a milquetoast Republican, like Ted Cruz or Marco Rubio. I don't think that Roe v. Wade would have been overturned. Well, maybe actually. That was more Mitch McConnell. But that's just generally Republicans are way worse than Democrats. Like, for the working class, the only policy that Republicans give a shit about is tax cuts. And now deportation, illegal deportations, mass deportations because of Trump. Well, now the Republican Party just cares about whatever Trump cares about. Before that, the only thing they cared about was tax cuts for rich people. Whereas the Democrats generally tend to expand the social safety net, add programs, add funding to programs, this type of thing. So, I mean, there's a million reasons that Republicans are way worse than Democrats. And there's a million reasons that Trump is way worse than Biden ever was or Kamala would have been. And so I don't buy this argument that, oh, everybody's bad. They're all corrupt. There's degrees. There's such a thing as degrees. And something can be bad, and then something else can be worse. Okay? It's bad to stub your toe, but it's worse to cut off your entire foot. We're talking about the difference between a stubbed toe and a amputated foot. It's not even close. They're not even close to the same. I would like some reasons why I'm wrong. You don't have to be here. You're in my stream, bro. I'm not pissed at you because you lashed out. I'm pissed at you because you won't answer any of my questions. You won't justify your beliefs. It's because it's unjustifiable. There's no way to justify the idea that Biden and Trump are the same. I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings. And yes, I also feel bad because this is an asymmetrical situation where I'm able to speak and you're typing on a phone, and I kind of feel bad about that, honestly. But it is what it is. And you've had ample opportunity to just give some reasons, but you won't do it. I think I had an omen for this. Oof. I was supposed to do the exalt first. Alright, no, it's no problem. I'll just roll this one. Oh yeah, chaos. Oh, okay, well. Oh, chilled ground. No, I can't use this map. That 96 rarity though is so good. I want to get big rarity for this map. I want big rarity. Okay.
I speak. The right choice. Time is of the essence.
Oh, this already has big rarity. Yeah, this is a good map. Let's hold on to that. I'm going to do one more of those.
Choose what you need. See what you can achieve with that. Time is of the essence.
Beautiful. Oh man, this map is going to be sick. And the T-15s are starting to stack up.
You supported someone who's
one guy, one time. One guy, one
because
time.
he was critical of Israel. That's why you did support that.
But Judaism as a worldview, I do believe it's uniquely pernicious. Islam, just for the record, right? I'm pro the Crusades.
I have an important question for you.
Yeah.
In your system, should Pisco be allowed to vote?
Are you married?
I have a partner.
No.
That's based.
Hey, folks, please like, comment, and subscribe. And make sure to check out my newsletter.
I'm sorry for yelling.
Information is in
I
the
get so
description.
pissed off
El
when
Grito
people
has
don't
been
answer my
canceled
questions in political
in Chicago
conversations.
because ICE is being sent in. And so
really-
this is a Mexican
I feel
Independence Day
bad,
festival in Grant
honestly.
Park. They're shutting it down because they're concerned about widespread ICE raids, which is just weird for a lot of reasons. But that's not the principal issue we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss the deployment of the National Guard in Chicago and other cities, and whether it is fascistic takeover or the salvation of these people plagued by crime. We got a great panel here today. Our resident liberals back in town. Who are you? What do you
Thank you. I'm Pisco Liddy on Twitter. I'm an attorney, and I talk a lot about what the Trump administration is doing. And I, obviously take the position that these deployments, especially of military officials in the National Guard, are not just, in the most case, is illegal, but also against our history and tradition and Constitution.
Right on. And to tell him he's wrong.
My name's Joel Levin. I pastor a church in Georgetown, Texas. It's about 45 minutes north of Austin, Texas. And then I do some streams, Right Response Ministries on YouTube.
I was just assuming you were to disagree with him because that's kind of the point of the show, but who knows? And then we brought in this guy from the UK. Actually, we had talked about it the other day with Connor. that your perspective might be interesting, considering you come from an outside country, though you do have a more conservative bent.
Yeah, well, my country is currently in the grips of anarcho-tyranny, and I actually, I might end up agreeing with you because I want to free the National Guard up so they can come over and help us with our problem. But yeah, Connor Tomlinson, host of Tomlinson Talks on YouTube, writer for Courage Media, and general troublemaker, and hopefully friend of the show, considering you keep having me.
So there's we'll just kick this one off, and I will not be separated from this, as I am from the south side of Chicago City proper, and grew up in ways that I don't think people should grow up. But to be fair, I will stress this.
I've asked you very simple questions, and you're not answering. You instead of answering the questions, you're typing out why you're so indignant about it. Like, you typing has nothing to do with it. Like, I'm not expecting an essay. But when I say something like, the people of Gaza would not be being starved out if Kamala was president. Is that something that's demonstrably worse for the people of Gaza because we have Trump, that they're being starved? Like, literally. Are the people of Gaza worse off because Trump is allowing them to be starved where Kamala wouldn't have? That's a yes or no question. Are the people of Gaza worse off because Trump is allowing them to be starved? That doesn't require a big essay with, you know, a thesis paper. It's just a yes or no question. Are the people of Gaza worse off because Trump is allowing them to be starved? Yes or no? If you don't answer it, I'm gonna be really fucking pissed.
As bad as it was, the crime that we dealt with in Chicago, the world has been worse for a very, very long time. And things are still pretty good relatively. Not that anyone should tolerate gang violence, but I will begin the debate specifically on the issue of Chicago, and I will speak about how Chicago deals with crime and Trump's plan for sending in the National Guard, and then I will ask you to opine. So there are two strategies being employed that have been, I should say there's a principal strategy that's been employed throughout Chicago for the past several decades, particularly in my neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods. That has been done by the
bro lives in West Virginia. He doesn't live in Chicago.
Democrats and the liberals. Donald Trump is offering up a new strategy, which is to deploy the National Guard. In the area I grew up, we had a place called the LeClaire Courts. It was basically all black houses and neighborhoods, and because of the violence, specifically.
Francis, does it really take you this long to type the one word yes or no? Does it take you that long to type that? I mean, I know you're on a phone, but like, what, did you lose the use of your hands? Are you typing with your nose on the screen?
And literally from this black neighborhood, coming into other areas, shootings, you know, there's the gang initiations called getting beat. We had routinely in my neighborhood, which was largely white working class immigrant and Latino, the people from the LeClaire Courts, largely almost entirely black, would come over and just rob you blind, and the cops couldn't do anything about it. And the cops said, the problem is we get sued instantly on racial grounds because we end up arresting a bunch of black people. So the city liberals, the Democrats, said, we have a solution to the problem of crime. They bulldozed all the black people's homes and kicked them out and forced them into poverty and worse circumstances. That was the Democrat strategy. I don't agree with that. I think it's a bad strategy. Donald Trump says, we'll deploy the National Guard. They will not enforce laws. They'll likely just be cleaning up trash. But the strategy here is...
That's not true. National Guard has already been used to arrest homeless people in D.C. Why do we think they wouldn't do the same thing in Chicago?
Gangbangers are going to be scared to open fire on crowds when there's a bunch of National Guard standing there.
When do gangbangers open fire on crowds? That never happens. Usually gang violence is killing people that are involved in gang activity 99% of the time. People that fire into crowds are white, usually incel school shooters. Has nothing to do with crime in Chicago, with gang violence.
As a Chicago native and resident, I believe it is preferable to take the Donald Trump conservative approach of deploy National Guard, but not to enforce laws, but as a presence, as opposed to the Democrat strategy of tear down the homes of black people and kick them out and make them homeless. What do you think?
Even if it's illegal?
Deploying the National
Would you
Guard?
support the deployment of the National Guard in a city if it was illegal?
So we're talking about a specific incident in Chicago right now, the real world, not a hypothetical, is it on paper or not?
This is not a hypothetical. He's just asking you, would you support it if it was illegal?
We're dealing with two scenarios. First, I will stress, Trump can legally deploy the National Guard. They just can't enforce the law.
In every circumstance, you think he has unbridled authority to deploy the National Guard whenever he wants? Any National Guard?
Well, so in Chicago, we're talking about an emergency scenario that Trump could declare an emergency.
Then you can just answer the question. You can, like, if someone says, for example, in every circumstance, can he deploy the National Guard? You can just say no, in some circumstances, right?
Now let's talk about the real world.
Well, you didn't answer that, right? Not in every circumstance.
There's no absolutes.
Right. So you agree with me, don't you, that there are congressionally imposed limits on the president's use of the National Guard that are found in Article 1 of the Constitution
I would
that
say
Congress...
There are certain circumstances where it would be argued that Trump's deployment of the National Guard is illegal. That is a good thing and he should do it.
It would be argued. I'm just asking an abstract, right? Under the laws of the United States, there are certain federalizations under Title 10 which would be illegal.
So let me answer your question. In some circumstances, it is a good thing that Trump would deploy the National Guard.
You see, why can't he just say, in some circumstances it's illegal, in some circumstances it's legal? I believe it would be legal in this circumstance. Why can't he just say something like that? It's because he is a stooge for Trump, for the Republicans. His job is to justify everything that the Republicans do, no matter what. If Trump says jump, he says how high, and he says anybody that isn't jumping is evil and should be deported. That's his job. So he can't answer that question because he can't even admit that there are instances when it would be illegal for the president to deploy the National Guard. He can't even admit a factual basis of that question.
Legally.
Okay. I mean...
and so let's talk about...
And the reason is because that would be something that would impede Trump's power. Tim Pool's job is to maximize Trump's power and facilitate it because he's a stooge for Trump. That's why he can't even say, yes, okay, there are some circumstances where it would be illegal for the president to deploy the National Guard.
About the real world. Okay. The real world is Democrats literally... let me pull this up for you. I'll show you my neighborhood. The Democrats bulldozed black people's homes and wiped out their community. Is that what you want to happen?
No.
Well, that's what happened.
But why is... Okay, so they do something bad, so we should deploy,
no, it's
illegal
called,
deployment?
It's called... Well, what's preferable? The Democrats...
So notice how Pisco just said, no, I disavow that. I disagree. But you're not going to disavow this other horrible thing.
Strategy to bulldoze their homes and make them homeless, or Trump having 84 National Guards standing periodically on street
I'll
corners.
tell you why I would
not
prefer,
enforce the law.
it's a false dichotomy, but if you were going to force me to choose between bulldozing homes and illegal deployments, at a bare minimum, right, bulldozing homes would be some act that I assume was passed off democratically. But do you agree with that or not?
I just love the idea that it's like, hey, we got a problem with crime in the black community, so the Democrats of Chicago destroyed all their houses.
No, but I'm telling you it's a false dichotomy, but like...
That's what they did.
You understand that, like, I don't know that you're representing that, what happened. I'm taking your representation
I'll show you
on good
Google,
faith, but
Google
assume
Earth.
that. Like, why does that affect whether or not we should support an illegal deployment of the National Guard?
It sounds like you're putting a lot of emphasis on the legality, so...
Yes, he's a lawyer, of course. He cares about the legality. You don't?
Tim presented, the idea of black people's homes being bulldozed. You mentioned, well, at least that would come about, we would presume, democratically. Does that make it just to you?
Just because something is brought about democratically doesn't mean that it's just, but there are longer-term interests in the survival of the country that are at stake when you just, don't think about the constitutional framework and history of our country, which was particularly worried with standing armies. As libertarians, you guys must be concerned. I assume that you believe in rights, right?
Yes, I believe that there are natural rights. What are some examples? I'm just curious.
I wonder...
I'm not familiar with you, but what's an example of nationalizing, federalizing the National Guard in order to go into some situation?
So just real quick, this is 48th West 44th Street. This is a couple blocks from where I grew up. And
this has nothing to do with the debate. He's talking about some projects that got demolished like 20 years ago, and using that to justify Trump deploying the National Guard today. What?
All just beautiful, lush fields surrounded by fences. That's what it is. I wonder if I can go back in time. Oh yeah, look at this. That's where black people used to live. Look at all these houses. They fucking destroyed because instead of saying we want to deal with the crime,
there's nothing
they went
to do
in,
with the
evicted
discussion.
all the black people and ripped their homes down.
I'm not sure about the particulars of this, Tim, but like we're not here to discuss. Was this
my neighborhood
smart or not? I mean, if this happened in your neighborhood, I'm really sorry about that. But we're not here to discuss this, right? Are we here to discuss the bulldozing of homes? Or are we here to discuss
2011,
the National Guard?
We're here to discuss what is the solution to the problem of crime, and is it? You can make the argument that there's a pie in the. Actually, let me put it this way. I from this neighborhood, growing up in Chicago, who have lost friends to the gang violence and the crime and the drug trade, who
Okay, so focus your argument around that, not some bullshit like gotcha thing about like, oh, the Democrats hate black people.
Have friends who've witnessed corpses being dragged down alleys, who was personally shot at. The hot dog stand, a little shop that was 2 blocks from where I grew up, had bullet holes in its bulletproof windows. And I don't want to pretend like that's the apocalypse, because I know that life was bad when we all lived in the woods and were fighting each other in war in Europe or Asia or whatever it may have been. I get it. Science technology has improved, but children shouldn't grow up in places like this. Crime shouldn't be this way. Now, my whole life, I've been told by Democrats, the solution is not to arrest these people, to let them go. And when the crime got so bad and the people were so pissed off that it wasn't tenable anymore, what did they do? They literally just destroyed the black neighborhood. The city decided to go in and bulldoze everything and rip it out of the ground and evict all of these people. I don't think that's a solution either. All that's going to do is
nobody's
shuffle
saying
under the
that's
rug
a
and make more
solution.
crime. So that strategy didn't work. I'm not saying these are the only plays. Donald Trump's play is the estimates are about 80 National Guard per city. And what they'll likely be doing is picking up trash. They do not have the authority to enforce the law, local law. But the idea is, in these areas where gangs come into, like Vidham Park, where I grew up, where you'd see 15 black teenagers come into our neighborhood.
How are they going to deter any crime if they're not allowed to enforce the law? How will they deter any crime if they're not allowed to apprehend people? Can Tim Pool explain that? Where does the deterrence come from if they're not allowed to apprehend people?
And just steal everything from you. They won't do it when there are 2 National Guardsmen standing there with rifles.
Will you condemn the National Guard if they help execute a search warrant for ICE?
Why?
Because you said that you wouldn't be in favor of them enforcing civilian law.
I didn't say that.
Would you be in favor of the National Guard enforcing immigration?
Should there be a declared emergency under color of law and it's
Can you just answer the fucking question?
One of the ways in which you're trying to...
Tim Pool is doing the same thing that you're doing, Francis. I don't know if you're still here. Not answering a single question.
Sell this is you're saying they're just going to be standing there as a show of presence, a show of force.
That's the argument.
I think that is by itself also problematic under our history and framework of our Constitution, where we're specifically scared of standing armies, and the founders especially, right? They have every 2 years, right? The army lapses. There's a requirement in the Constitution.
You're not arguing what I'm talking about.
What I'm trying to say is there's a big concern to have military domestic presence of the military.
No, there isn't.
You said, one of the way that you were... There isn't in our history?
No. Don't. Where are you from? Are you from Chicago?
I'm from New York.
Oh, I'm from New York. I find it very difficult, having experienced the things that I did, to have people not from this place tell me that I don't want National Guard in my home.
I didn't say that. I said our history.
Yeah, okay, I get that. I am begging Donald Trump to send in the National Guard to put an end to this shit.
Part of the way that you're selling it is, don't worry, they're not going to enforce civilian law. That's part of what you're selling.
I said the plan was this. And I also said in some circumstances, an illegal deployment of the National Guard would be good. What's your solution to this? What's your solution?
I don't know. We're not here to discuss my broader solution to crime.
You don't have one.
Wait, we're not here to discuss my broader solution to crime, are we? Are we here to discuss crime generally, or the deployment of the National Guard and the military? Whether that's something we support.
The underlying issue of the deployment of the National Guard is the crime.
That's because of murder. It's because of the crime.
Okay, because of murder, we think that we should deploy the military. So would you be in favor of...
I think you need to do whatever it takes to make murder stop.
Even doing illegal stuff, right?
Yeah, because
what is illegal?
Is that
He
right?
who saves his country violates no law.
So
So this is the fascinating thing. Legal and illegal.
you
doesn't
say
mean moral.
fascism. You say, is this fascism? And what I'm hearing right now is, it doesn't matter if it's legal or illegal. We're going to support.
Right. So you support the legal destruction of the black neighborhoods?
No, I mean I don't know that you're representing it fairly, but
I just showed you.
Okay, just because they tear down a neighborhood doesn't mean it was done in violation of like the rights of these people, or it was done. Wait, hang on. But you agree with
Legal destruction of the black community is okay. Is that what you said?
So, just to be clear, you would agree that just because a neighborhood was bulldozed does not mean that that was the wrong thing to do, right?
Say that one more time.
You're representing me for the first time the fact that this neighborhood was bulldozed. I can't comment on it other than to say, if you're representing it correctly, that it was all done unfairly,
I'll put it like
bad
this.
motive, then sure, then it was the wrong thing to do. But that doesn't bear on whether or not the National Guard deployment is okay.
Do you think that Donald Trump's argument for the deployment of the National Guard is legitimate, or is he making excuses?
It's illegitimate, obviously.
So in Chicago, there's not going to be a single Democratic.
Notice how Tim Pool asked Pisco a question. Do you think that Trump's argument for deploying the National Guard in Chicago is legitimate or illegitimate? Notice how Pisco just said, I think it's illegitimate. He just answered the question. He's willing to go down Tim Pool's line of argumentation. Because he believes the facts will support his side. He believes that he's in possession of the correct facts and the correct opinions. Tim Pool and Francis over here don't have that conviction in their beliefs, and so they won't answer any questions.
Politician who's going to come out and tell you, because crime got so bad, we flattened the black community. They're not going to say that.
Yeah, but
they're
why are we
say,
playing this game of whataboutism when we're like, okay, the Democrats had a bad policy on crime. By the way, they've had multiple bad policies on crime over the course of decades and decades and decades.
It's not whataboutism. It's quite simple. It's for decades, for generations. The Democrat policies, the liberal plans, the plans you're presenting, and the counter that you're making to Donald Trump has failed and has resulted in people that I know being dead. And the response from the city was, of course, they're going to give platitudes. We're going to beautify the area. And they don't say, hey, the gang violence, murder has gotten so bad and the drug dealing so
why not have the military enforce the civilian law?
So deploying the National Guard is Trump's plan, and I say I'll fucking take it. I will take it.
So you would support the military enforcing civilian law, including
in Chicago, 100%.
Yeah.
Because this is an emergency.
So no one should believe you when you're doing this whole thing of don't worry, they're just going to be standing there. You know they're not.
You're lying. I didn't say that.
He was just saying that's the plan. He's not saying
that's not the plan, because we saw what happened in L.A. And in L.A. they weren't just standing there; they were helping execute warrants. They were going and doing enforcement actions on cannabis farms. They were, making perimeters. They were doing arrests and searches. So it's not just the case.
That's allowed.
Their whole well, hang on. That's
not illegal.
That's enforcement of civilian law.
And that's fine.
Okay,
that's not legal.
No, that's not correct. You're lying.
Okay.
Under certain circumstances, the president has the authority to invoke the National Guard to enforce national law, a local law.
Not under posse comitatus.
That's the Army, not the National Guard. The Army and the Marines.
That applies to the National Guard and federal service.
The Army and the Marines can enforce a domestic law if an emergency is declared and Trump invokes the Insurrection Act.
The posse comitatus applies to national.
Trump has not invoked the Insurrection Act. Trump has not invoked the Insurrection Act.
Guard troops called in federal service to you.
Sure.
Okay, so it does apply to them.
So there's two circumstances where the National Guard has more leeway to enforce domestic law when the law is not being enforced. We've gone over this for years now. Even liberals made the argument. If local law is not being enforced, the president has the right to call upon the state National Guard. Trump can bring in military, actual Marines and Army to enforce local laws if he invokes the Insurrection Act. He did not do that.
So you think that there was an insurrection? Do you think there was an insurrection in LA?
Define.
Well, I don't know. Under your vision of it, right? I mean, you
So
the invocation of the Insurrection Act.
The Mexicans were waving their own.
Yep. Once again, Pisco asks him a question. Do you think there was an insurrection in LA? Tim Pool doesn't say yes or no. He says define insurrection. But clearly, Pisco was just asking him to use whatever definition of insurrection he thinks is appropriate to use, and then answer under his own definition. He doesn't actually want clarity on what Pisco means by an insurrection. He just wants to obfuscate.
own flags inside your country and declaring that they were going to take over a state called the race. I think that probably qualifies.
It's funny that we have a UK person coming here to talk to me about the First Amendment, not my country.
Hold on. That's why we
in this country, we have a right to expression. And also, by the way, I think it's even...
He's got you there.
It's even extra funny. I just want to finish this and I'll let you finish. So it's even extra funny because the whole purpose that our constitutional structure and history is so fearful of standing armies has to do with British deployments of the military in the United States, like the Boston Massacre, etc. And so, yes, we don't need your lessons on military deployments or the First Amendment.
Okay, there's no need to be petty. I was actually going to ask you a question in very good faith, so I would rein that in, please. The constitutional statutes that you're appealing to, forgive my ignorance, which specific parts and when were they written?
So 1878, I think, is Posse Comitatus. That's after, and the history is really helpful here because it was after President Grant's deployment of troops in the southern states. The reaction to that, and after the Hayes-Tilden election, they passed Posse Comitatus specifically because troops were in the South enforcing federal law, enforcing civilian law, and they didn't like that. And so Congress passed Posse Comitatus. And so, yeah, the history really, really helps my case here.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to refute you. I was asking a sincere question.
He didn't say you were trying to refute you. He was just answering the question, and you didn't like the way that he went with it.
You're being unnecessarily defensive and not being combative with you. The point I'm going to lead with this is that's all well and good, but the appeal to the justification of the law appeals to a context which no longer applies. Because the reason those laws were written was an internal conversation about limits, checks and balances on the undue application of power within a homogeneous population.
Yeah, that's the exact same thing that Pisco's talking about.
Is they're in a state of emergency. They've imported, 10 to 15 million illegals in the last 4 to 5 years alone. The crime is out of control because of foreign investment in DAs in progressive cities, and they treat the criminals like the victims of society. So if the local authorities are not
in many cases they are
the law, and they're going to put people's lives at risk, then yes, the federal government has a duty to step in and safeguard its citizens, because if on the ground the DAs are ideologically bankrupt and endangering people, it is morally justified to have the military step in and reinforce order.
Yes, let me ask you a question. You keep bringing up legality as if it's some basis for morality.
No.
What the Nazis did.
He never did that. He was just asking. He's just asking if you think it would be okay for Trump to break the law.
Was legal is the most famous argument.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was not good. So, color of law is not a justification or an argument against.
I basically think that I want to address your context argument because I think it's one that people bring up. So I will address that afterwards. I think that there's a certain threshold that we apply in terms of severity. Everyone has that. You're not going to respect the laws of North Korea. You're not going to respect the laws of the Nazi regime. But I really, really value our constitutional system and structure and our history. It has produced the most prosperous, most powerful country in the history of the world. We're right now at the height of our power. And so I want to protect that system because it seems to produce really, really, really good results and protect domestic liberty. So, you'd have to have you said yourself, it's not like we can't live. You said it yourself at the start of the conversation. We've had worse times. And so it sounds to me like we haven't met that threshold, at least in your mind, that we're going to throw away our constitutional scheme of government. That's ridiculous.
Who said that?
Okay, and I want to address your context.
That's a ridiculous comment. Don't argue.
So all I'm saying is the good here is to protect our history, our constitution.
What is the circumstance by which Trump can legally deploy the National Guard?
It depends. He has different authorities to legally deploy the National Guard.
Emergency.
Can I address his context?
Emergency is one of them.
It depends which kind of emergency. So
like which one?
So for example, the title he invoked in California, it's rebellion.
You see, Tim Pool is acting like he's doing a Socratic dialogue here. But he's not. Tim Pool just honestly doesn't know, and he's just asking Pisco to quiz him, to try to trip him up. Pisco's actually answering all of his questions. You notice how Pisco's answered every single one of Tim Pool's questions, regardless of how irrelevant it is? And Pisco hasn't answered a single question.
It's invasion.
And Tim Pool hasn't answered a single question.
Of which are present, and an inability to enforce law.
How to define invasion?
Okay. Alfredo Gamer subscribed 5 minutes ago. Holy shit. Alfredo, my man, how you doing? Can't believe I got a sub. Fuck me. He probably just watched my how to roll a cigarette video.
Why should I have to defend invasion right now? As we speak?
Because you said Trump cited invasion.
He did not cite invasion. He cited the statute which calls invasion. So he's not pretending there's invasion. He does pretend there's invasion for purposes of the Alien Enemies Act, which has been rejected now even by the Fifth Circuit.
Let's start over. We'll slow down. What was the basis by which Trump justified the deployment of the National Guard?
He said that there was a rebellion.
Uh-huh.
Do you agree with that? In LA?
Yeah.
Okay, so
it's semantic.
So you agree that you agree that there was a rebellion in LA. I just want to hear you say January 6th was a rebellion.
In what way?
You just said so certainly you mean something when you said you agreed that what happened in LA with ICE was a rebellion. You have your own standard for what you meant by rebellion, so clearly that applies to January 6th, doesn't it?
In January 6th, was there a foreign government saying that their people were agitating on behalf of...
I don't know what you're talking about, that the Scheinbahn represent that the Mexican residents were doing. They were waving flags. They were waving foreign flags on January 6th. They were waving Georgian flag, the country of Georgia flag.
Was the head of Georgia agitating for Georgian national citizens or ethnically Georgian?
That turns on whether something is a rebellion.
Or invasion.
So whether or not they're waving a flag and whether a foreign country
is saying that these are our shock troops to leverage political
that changes in your mind whether something is a rebellion or not.
Or an invasion, yes. Of course it does.
The important thing to consider is the legal definition versus the colloquial or the semantic as interpreted by different individuals. The thing about January 6th is that I would argue certainly some of those people thought they were engaged in insurrection or rebellion. That's
not whether they thought, whether you called it and are willing to call it a rebellion. But you are willing to call LA, what happened in LA, the violence that occurred in LA, a rebellion. Why is that?
So with January 6th, it was disorganized and random. Some of you make this look in your face, but you interrupted me before I can make my point.
Yeah, sure.
Trump literally directed them to go, and there was nobody directing the LA protesters.
The people who shut up certainly did have the intent to disrupt the electoral vote count. I have no problem with these people being criminally charged, locked up, and I think you go to prison for this, especially fighting cops. Was there an organized effort to bring people to January 6th for that purpose? It does not appear to be the case. That's why they didn't actually charge anybody under insurrection or anything like that.
They charge people of seditious conspiracy, which is a design to
indeed and
bring people there to
incorrect. That was specifically among Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, specifically among those.
So they were engaged in rebellion, weren't they?
Group of individuals.
Were they engaged in rebellion?
That's actually an argument to be made. I would argue no.
Why not? Why were they not engaged in rebellion?
Let's roll, baby.
Did you
see with the ICE riots, where you have the federal law, you have federal government going in specifically to enforce a law, an organized group of people putting out flyers and saying, for the purpose of this, we will come out and engage in violence, is different, right? Not everybody in LA engaged in this is the point I'm making. People at January 6th.
Not everyone at January 6th did either. Not everyone in LA did either.
Exactly my point.
Yes.
So when they went and arrested J6ers, and I said they should have been, what's the problem?
We're not talking about arrest. We're talking about whether or not something is categorized as a rebellion. You were quite willing,
and they did not
to call what happened in LA a rebellion
for the purpose of deploying law enforcement to put a stop to it. As I would agree with January 6th. Yes, we're in agreement.
Oh, so January 6th was a rebellion?
No.
Okay.
This is
help me out here.
So you're playing a semantic game instead of actually arguing.
I think you're playing the game here. I think
the game is actually quite simple. In both circumstances, law was invoked to deploy law enforcement to stop a riot. I agree with both circumstances in LA and DC to stop the riots.
LA was more organized, and that changes whether it's a rebellion or not.
Among the people who organized it for the intention, be it LA or January 6th, they were engaged.
Even though they were organized in Jan, I mean, come on, you know that they were organized in Jan 6th. I mean, not just because not everyone is part of the plan. There were people who were organized with a specific seditious
So if my
purpose.
argument is that there were some people on Jan 6 that intended to overthrow, to stop the vote count, most didn't, and there were some people in LA that were intending to stop federal government from engaging in law enforcement, which is under the law the same thing, insurrection or rebellion.
So in terms of frustrating the federal purpose,
so they're the exact same thing. Okay. I'm calling them the same thing. I'm saying law enforcement should have done the same thing, and you're choosing one to be and one not to be.
No, hang on. You're saying that what happened in LA was a rebellion, and what happened in Jan 6 wasn't. You're saying that there's a distinction there.
I'm saying that there was an organized effort among leftist activists across California. We did not see that as a coordinated effort with January 6th. However, some people on January 6th did have that intent, and if the government were to say, we are going to invoke the same act for the deployment of law enforcement to stop these violent actions, that is acceptable. We agree on that.
So rebellion is a type of prolonged insurrection. Okay, insurrection is the broader term here, and rebellion is a subset of it. And insurrection is levying war against the United States. It's a type of treason, all right? And levying war, and it has 4 elements to it: an assemblage, a public purpose, the use of force or intimidation, and to frustrate a U.S. law and basically to violate a U.S. law. And so I would, because I'm consistent, I would say that there are some things. You're not. And I am consistent in LA that would, under the historical definition of insurrection, qualify as an insurrection.
So let's
hang on a second. I am consistent though, because I use that historical definition. I don't know what definition you guys are using, which is like somehow a foreign country has some role into whether something is an insurrection. Like, where are you getting that definition from?
Invasion. You cited invasion. He pointed out invasion.
But Trump did not cite an invasion for his invocation of the National Guard.
You said he did.
So we should. No. I said he cited a statute which includes one of the purposes in it: invasion, rebellion, or inability to.
So invasion is included. So let's make something clear.
He did not make a finding that.